In remote campsites across the wilderness, the human voice is rarely the loudest sound. Campers report unexplained footsteps, figures at the tree line, and the sense of being watched by something unseen. In this episode, we bring you true scary stories, desolate campsite encounters, first-hand accounts of deep woods terror, and presences no one could explain. My name is Naomi Steele. I was raised in a modest town surrounded by fields and forests, the kind of place where neighbors knew each other by the sound of a car door slamming or the bark of a family dog. I am 31 years old, employed as a wildlife biology assistant, and accustomed to days and nights that involve trudging through mud, taking water samples, and identifying the smallest signs of life clinging to remote stretches of land. I mention this not to impress, but to assure that what I am about to recount was observed with the eyes of someone trained to note detail, not to embellish it. Yet even with that background, nothing could prepare me for what happened one autumn weekend in the national forest, when I stumbled upon a deserted campsite and a cooler that seemed to whisper my name. The forest had been unusually quiet that Friday afternoon. The air hung heavy with the dampness of earlier rain, and the leaves on the trees had just begun to turn. Their colors were muted by the overcast sky, yet the smell of rot and wet earth carried strongly, clinging to everything I touched. I was following an old service trail that had been abandoned years ago, the kind that showed up on my older topographical maps but not on the ones issued recently. It suited me. My work was often solitary, and I preferred forgotten corners of the land where others rarely tread. I came upon the campsite by accident. The clearing opened without warning, as if the trees had stepped back to reveal what they had been hiding. The fire ring was blackened but cold, the picnic table warped and leaning. A nylon tent sagged under the weight of damp leaves, its zipper half open, the inside nothing but shadow. Scattered around were the typical artifacts of campers, who had either left in a hurry or had never returned for their belongings. A single boot, a rust-stained lantern, and, sitting strangely upright in the center of it all, a large red plastic cooler. It was the cooler that drew my attention immediately. Everything else appeared reclaimed by nature or decay, but the cooler shone oddly clean. Its lid was closed, its white body streaked faintly but intact, as if someone had scrubbed it days ago. I thought it might hold samples I could check, or even spoiled food that needed to be reported, so I approached. That was when I first heard it. At first it was a simple rattling sound, the kind produced when ice melts and cubes shift, or when an object inside knocks against the walls. But there was no frost in the air, no reason for ice. I crouched, pressing my ear closer. The rattling gave way to something unmistakable, a hiss, then a drawn-out breath, then the faint syllables of a voice. I froze, pulse hammering in my throat, as the voice shaped itself into two clear words. It said, "Naomi Steele." I remember lurching backward so fast I nearly tripped over a fallen branch. My name. Not hey, or hello, or any common word. My full name, spoken in a whisper that carried through the plastic shell of the cooler. The forest, which had been silent enough for me to hear the cooler at all, seemed to hold its breath. No birds, no wind, just the sound of my own breathing, and the echo of my name still unraveling in my head. I tried to reason with myself. Perhaps it was air trapped inside, resonating strangely as pressure shifted. Perhaps it was some hiker's prank, a speaker concealed within. But as I leaned again, unwilling yet unable to leave, I heard the whisper once more, clearer, closer, as if lips brushed against my ear. "Now me. Open it." I backed away several steps, and the tent behind me creaked in the breeze, startling me further. My training told me to document, not to touch. But another part of me, the part that recognized how far I was from anyone else, whispered in return, "Leave. Leave now. Forget the cooler, pretend it was nothing more than wind and imagination." Still, curiosity fought terror. I walked circles around the campsite, noting other details. The boot belonged to a man, size 11. Well, worn but not weathered, rotted, suggesting it hadn't been abandoned long ago. The lantern had batteries corroded only slightly. Inside the tent, a sleeping bag was still laid out, compressed by use, though damp now. Whoever had been here had left quickly, leaving behind things one does not usually abandon: boots, light shelter. As dusk neared, the forest darkened unnaturally fast, as if the sun had been pulled down rather than lowered. I lit my own flashlight, the beam cutting through mist. The cooler rattled again, insistent now, louder than before. I swear it shifted slightly, rocking against the dirt, though no animal or wind touched it. I told myself I would not open it. Not yet. I needed time. So, I marked the coordinates in my notebook and set camp 100 yards away, close enough to observe, but far enough I might sleep. My own tent felt flimsy in that creeping dark, but it was mine, and familiarity brought me some measure of control. I cooked a small meal over my camp stove, eating in silence while my ears strained for sound. The cooler continued, off and on, rattling, whispering, always my name. At times the voice sounded male, low and guttural, at other times female, soft but urgent. Each variation still carried the same unmistakable cadence. Naomi Steele. Night in the forest is never fully silent. Even in the absence of wind, there are usually frogs, crickets, the occasional cry of a night bird. That night, there was none of it. Only the cooler, and at one point, the sudden slam of its lid, though I had seen it sealed tight. The sound cracked like a gunshot, reverberating across the clearing, and I flinched hard enough to spill my canteen. I forced myself to write observations in my journal. Handwriting steadied me, tethered me. 21:14. Cooler rattled violently. Whisper repeated, no sign of human presence. My fingers trembled. The letters uneven. But recording details allowed me to delay the greater truth. Something unnatural was unfolding only yards away. Sleep was impossible. I lay listening, flashlight clutched in hand, counting minutes between each rattle. Sometimes it came every few seconds. Sometimes stretched into agonizing silence before returning. At one point, just past midnight, I swear the whisper drifted outside the cooler. From the clearing itself came my name, breathed from tree to tree, circling my tent in a voice that did not belong to any single throat. I pressed both hands over my ears until they ached. I wanted to flee. I could have packed my gear and hiked the miles back under moonlight. Yet some terrible fascination rooted me. I needed to know. I needed to see what lay inside that cooler that could mimic my name with such dreadful precision. Dawn would come, and with it courage. I told myself I would open it then. When morning finally arrived, gray and sluggish, I found condensation on my tent walls and mud thick under my boots. I walked back to the deserted campsite, every step heavier than the last. The cooler waited exactly where it had stood, immaculate red and white against the damp brown earth. I knelt before it, resting one hand on the lid. It felt warm, unnaturally so, as if something alive breathed within. Again, it whispered, faint but firm, "Naomi, please." And with a breath held so tight my chest hurt, I unclipped the latch and pulled the lid open. Inside the cooler lay nothing that belonged to any normal camping trip. I had expected spoiled food, melted ice, maybe a forgotten fish wrapped in paper. Instead, the cavity was empty of anything tangible, yet it breathed. A faint mist curled from within, like vapor rising off dry ice, but it carried warmth instead of cold. It struck my face like the exhale of another human being leaning too close. The air smelled of wet earth, faint iron, and something sweetly rancid, like fruit left too long in the sun. As I bent closer, a shape flickered in the haze. Not solid, not fully visible, but unmistakably there. A face, half-formed, lips moving silently. When the sound came, it bypassed my ears altogether and bloomed inside my skull. "Naomi," it said. "You came." I snapped the lid shut with a violence that rattled my teeth. The sound echoed around the clearing, and for a moment, the forest responded. A crow shrieked, then went silent. The tent sagged again, though no wind stirred. My heart pounded so hard it seemed to fill the silence with its rhythm. I staggered back, muttering to myself. I could leave. Nothing forced me to stay. But even as I thought it, the cooler scraped forward across the dirt, moving several inches on its own. I froze. The latch had sprung open, the lid quivering as though something inside pressed against it. I swore aloud. A string of words that would have shamed me in calmer moments. And I turned on my heel, retreating fast. My camp was still intact, and I stuffed gear into my pack with shaking hands. Yet with every item I packed, I heard it again, louder now, carried through the trees. "Naomi, Naomi, don't leave." The rational part of me knew I should have walked away, left the forest behind, contacted rangers to handle whatever bizarre contamination or device I had stumbled across. But my legs betrayed me. They slowed, then stopped, and before I realized it, I was walking back toward the clearing. The cooler sat open now, its lid fully thrown back, vapor rolling out in a steady plume. The mist did not disperse like smoke should have. It clung low to the ground, spreading in tendrils that sought me out. My boots grew damp as they curled around them, warm as breath, whispering with dozens of overlapping voices. Some I recognized. My mother's timber, my old college professor, the voice of a man I'd once dated and lost contact with, all speaking the same word, Naomi. I could not breathe. I dropped my pack without meaning to, eyes fixed on the cooler. And then, with dreadful clarity, I understood the faces in the mist. They weren't random shapes. They were people I had known, each one appearing for a split second before dissolving. My grandmother, dead 5 years, her mouth opening as if to speak. A childhood friend who'd vanished in a hiking accident, eyes wide and accusing. My father, who had walked out when I was 9, his lips mouthing words I could not hear. The pressure in my ears built until I cried out, clutching my head. The whispering surged to a roar, all of them saying my name at once. I fell to my knees, the damp soil soaking through my pants. That was when I realized my hands weren't empty. I was holding the cooler's lid, though I had never touched it. It had come loose, detached, and now I gripped it as if it belonged to me. The mist surged upward, enveloping me. I choked, eyes stinging, but it forced itself into my lungs as though determined to fill me. For a moment, I thought I was dying. Darkness closed in around the edges of my vision, and I collapsed face first into the dirt. When I woke, the sun had risen higher. though the clearing remained dim, as if light had been filtered through smoke. The cooler was sealed again, standing upright, lid in place. My own hands were empty. My watch showed only an hour had passed, yet it felt like an entire night had been stripped from me. My notebook lay open near the tent, a page scrawled in handwriting I didn't recognize. The words were jagged, uneven, like someone had written in haste or through pain. "Do not open again." But I had opened it. I had seen, and part of me, against all reason, wanted to see more. I stumbled back to my tent, forcing myself to drink, to eat something dry and bland to steady my stomach. My hands still shook so badly crumbs fell across my lap. The forest had not returned to its normal state. There were no birds, no insects. Even the trees seemed to lean closer, their trunks darkened with moisture that dripped without rain. I considered radioing for help. My small unit had limited range, but it might catch a signal if I hiked closer to the ridge. Yet even as I fumbled with it, the static carried a voice I couldn't mistake. My own. My voice, but not mine. It whispered my name, repeating it in tones that bent and warped like tape stretched too thin. I hurled the radio into the mud, unable to stand the sound. By late afternoon, exhaustion dragged at me. I tried to pack again, forcing equipment into my bag, but the cooler wouldn't let me. Each time I turned my back, the whispers grew louder until I stopped moving, paralyzed by them. It was as if the thing had reached into my spine and pulled the strings that guided me. At dusk, I lit my lantern. Its glow felt fragile, swallowed by mist that thickened once more. The cooler began to rattle in earnest, rocking back and forth as though something inside fought to escape. My skin crawled with the sensation of being watched, though the clearing was empty. Then, without warning, the whisper changed. It no longer spoke my name. It spoke in sentences, fragmented but clear enough to twist my stomach into knots. "Open. Bring them. Don't leave me. We are hungry." My lantern flickered. I backed away slowly, my heel catching the warped picnic table. As it groaned under my weight, I noticed carvings etched into its surface. Names. Dozens of them, gouged deep, some weathered nearly invisible, others fresh enough to gleam raw against the wood. My own name was there, carved neatly, centered, as if it had been waiting for me. I don't remember screaming, but my throat was raw after. I staggered away from the table, eyes darting. The forest was closing in, shadows thickening unnaturally, and the cooler had gone still. Its silence was worse than its voice. I wanted it to rattle, to whisper, anything but this suffocating quiet. I don't know how long I stood like that, half-crouched, gripping my lantern with white knuckles. Time folded in strange ways. When the cooler finally rattled again, it did so softly, almost gently, like a lullaby. "Naomi," it breathed. "We'll show you." My knees nearly gave. Against all sanity, I stepped closer once again. The lid trembled, lifting a fraction though the latch remained sealed. A sliver of light spilled out, not white or yellow but a deep, pulsing red. It painted my hands, my face, casting the trees around me into grotesque shapes. I thought of every story I had read about people disappearing in these forests. Unexplained vanishings, abandoned campsites, rangers who never came back from patrol. I had always believed in logical explanations. Terrain accidents, predators, human malice. But staring into that bleeding light, I knew. The cooler was the explanation. It was not an object at all, but a mouth, a doorway, a lure. And somehow, for reasons I could not grasp, it had chosen me. That night I did not sleep. I sat outside my tent, notebook on my lap, scribbling frantic notes I can barely read now. The whispers guided my pen, shaping words my conscious mind didn't form. They spoke of places beneath the forest, tunnels carved not by water or root, but by hands that had never been human. They spoke of hunger that stretched back centuries, of voices that needed bodies, of names that gave permission. By dawn, my notebook was filled with words I had no memory of writing. The cooler stood silent once more, but I felt its presence pressing against me from every direction. My name, carved into the picnic table, burned in my memory, and though I wanted desperately to leave, I realized I couldn't. Something bound me here. Something had my name. The third morning arrived like a false dawn. The sky glowed weakly behind clouds, yet the forest remained dim, as if the canopy had thickened overnight. My body ached from sleeplessness, my eyes gritty and bloodshot, my thoughts frayed. Every instinct screamed for escape, but when I tried to lift my pack, my arms felt anchored. Not by exhaustion alone, by the sensation that if I moved too far from the cooler, my heart itself would stop. I tested the theory, forcing myself step by step down the overgrown trail. 10 paces in, the forest darkened. My vision swam, and I collapsed to my knees gasping, certain I would black out. When I staggered back toward the clearing, the pressure eased. The realization hit harder than any blow. The cooler had tethered me. My name carved into the picnic table was no accident. It was a chain. I sat in the dirt, trembling, staring at the red and white box as though it were a predator crouched across the way. For hours it did not move, did not whisper, and that stillness was somehow worse. My mind ran in frantic circles. I thought of burning it, smashing it with a rock, burying it deep where no one would find it. But each time the thought surfaced, the cooler stirred faintly, rattling once as if in warning, and an overwhelming sickness rolled through me until I abandoned the idea. By midday, hunger clawed at me. I forced myself to eat dry crackers from my dwindling supply, though every bite tasted of mildew. The cooler exhaled softly, as though mocking my attempt at normalcy. Then it spoke again, voice calm, coaxing, seductive. "Naomi, come closer. We will feed you." The words made bile rise in my throat, yet my legs obeyed before my mind decided. I crossed the clearing, crouching before it once more. This time the lid opened slowly on its own, no latch undone by me, no hand touching it. Vapor spilled upward, red and gold like fire smoldering beneath water. I clenched my fists, ready to slam it shut, but what I saw froze me in place. Inside was no empty cavity, no mist alone. A staircase spiraled downward, impossibly vast for a container its size. The steps were carved from stone, slick with moisture, vanishing into crimson gloom. The smell of rot and iron thickened, but so did something else. The faint aroma of food I remembered from childhood. My mother's stew, warm bread, apples roasting by fire. I staggered back, heart-wrenching at the manipulation. The cooler had reached into memory, pulling scents to lure me. The voices returned, layered and beckoning. One step, just one, Naomi, see what waits. I don't know what would have happened had I obeyed. Perhaps I would have been lost instantly, swallowed whole by that impossible descent. But as I leaned forward, my lantern flickered, and I caught sight of something etched into the inner rim of the cooler's lid. Words scratched deep as if by fingernails. Doot, Guo, do WN. The letters jolted me into motion. I slammed the lid hard, the impact ringing through the clearing. A howl erupted from within, a sound not human or animal but both at once. The cooler shuddered violently, rattling across the dirt like a trapped beast. I scrambled away, collapsing against the warped picnic table, chest heaving. The howl faded into whispers again, softer, disappointed. "Naomi, why do you resist? We have your name. We will keep calling." The rest of the day passed in a haze. I wandered the perimeter of the clearing, desperate for a way out. Each attempt to leave sent my body into spasms of pain, like invisible hooks dragging me back. My notebook filled with frantic scribbles, though half the time I didn't recognize my own writing. Words poured out that weren't mine. The circle is closed. The name binds. Only another can take it. That last line lodged in my skull. Only another can take it. I understood with sudden, chilling clarity. The cooler wanted more than me. It wanted succession. If I brought another person here, if they opened the lid and offered their name, perhaps it would release me. The thought sickened me, but it rooted itself deep. I spent the long hours of twilight wrestling with it. Would I sacrifice another soul just to escape? Could I? And yet, as darkness fell and the cooler resumed, whispering my name with relentless hunger, my resolve eroded. Survival gnawed at morality. Night brought no sleep. My lantern burned until fuel ran low, shadows writhing just beyond its circle. At one point, I heard footsteps, deliberate, heavy, pacing around my tent. I froze, knife clutched in hand, listening as they circled and paused just outside the flap. When I finally dared to look, nothing was there. Only mist creeping low, and the cooler glowing faintly red in the dark. At dawn, weak light filtering through, I reached my breaking point. I staggered to the cooler, fists clenched, throat raw from muttering half prayers. "What do you want?" I demanded aloud. My voice cracked in the silence. The reply came instantly, whispered but clear: names. Always names. Bring us another and be free. I reeled, sickened. The choice lay naked before me now. Either stay until madness consumed me, or condemn someone else. My hands shook violently. I thought of colleagues back at the research station, of friends who trusted me, of strangers who might follow me here if I lied. Could I really lead another human being into this nightmare? Yet as the sun crawled higher, the forest pressed closer, and my body weakened under the strain, I realized something worse. If I didn't, the cooler would not let me die. It would keep me tethered here, whispering my name until I dissolved into nothing like the others I had seen in the mist. I don't remember the exact moment I decided. Desperation blurred morality into survival. By late afternoon, I had shouldered my pack and stumbled toward the ridge, each step accompanied by stabbing pain, but bearable now, as if the cooler allowed me to roam just far enough to bait the trap. My radio crackled with my own warped voice as I called out, pretending calm. "Station 3, this is Steele. Found abandoned camp. Need assistance. Coordinates. Static, then silence. Then, faintly, another voice, not mine, not anyone I knew. A man's, low and uncertain. Copy that. On our way." My stomach twisted. I had done it. I had called them in. The hike back to the clearing was agonizing. Each step carried the weight of betrayal, but also a rising tide of relief. Perhaps once another stood before the cooler, once it whispered their name, I would be unbound. Perhaps, by dusk, shadows lengthened. The cooler pulsed faintly, as though sensing victory. I crouched nearby, trembling, waiting. Minutes crawled like hours until finally, from the trail, I heard movement. Branches snapping, a flashlight beam cutting through.
"Naomi?"
A voice called. A ranger's voice. Young, steady, unaware. I wanted to scream at him to turn back, to flee. But the cooler whispered over my hesitation, drowning my voice. "Yes, Naomi," it cooed. "Bring him closer." And though tears burned my eyes, though guilt clawed at my chest, I did not move. The ranger stepped into the clearing, light sweeping across the warped table, the sagging tent, the cooler waiting like a predator disguised in plastic. He frowned, calling my name again, moving closer. The cooler rattled once, eager. I knew then that the forest would never release me. Not until the cooler whispered another name instead of mine. And as the ranger's beam settled on me, his face a mixture of concern and confusion, I realized what choice I had already made. The cooler whispered his name, and he froze. "My name is Brian Kessler, and I will begin this account with as much clarity as my memory allows. What I am about to describe is not a campfire story, not a trick of imagination brought on by isolation, but something I witnessed with my own eyes and endured with a heart that still beats unevenly when I allow myself to remember. I write not for entertainment, but because I need to place these words somewhere beyond my own head, where the memory cannot rot me from the inside out. I had set out alone that week, choosing the northern stretch of the Allegheny National Forest. Solitude was the intent, a reward to myself after months of unbroken shifts at work, endless noise, and the dull repetition of office corridors. I wanted quiet, a break, and I told myself I had earned it. My pack was light, my tent was reliable, and I carried enough food to last several days without needing to resupply. I told no one exactly where I would be. An oversight I regret more than anything else, because if matters had ended differently, no one would have known where to even begin searching for me. The first day was ordinary, filled with the steady rhythm of hiking boots on dirt and the aching weight of the sun against the back of my neck. By evening, I had reached a small clearing nestled between sloping ridges. It was secluded, shielded on 3 sides by tall pines, and on the 4th by a small stream whose water was cold enough to sting my fingers. The place seemed perfect, private and safe. I staked my tent, dropped my pack, and gathered deadfall for the night's fire. When the sky dimmed, I struck a match and coaxed the tinder into a low flame. Sparks licked the air. I fed the fire carefully, letting it grow into a steady glow. Not too large, not wasteful. Flames snapped and hissed in rhythm, and smoke began its inevitable climb into the darkening canopy above. The smell of burning pine filled my lungs, familiar and grounding. For a while, I thought only of warmth, of the relief in my legs, of the food that softened in the small pan I placed across the stones. It was during this unremarkable moment, when the shadows lengthened and the fire's voice grew steady, that I noticed something strange in the smoke. At first it was just a thickening. Smoke tends to drift and twist depending on the air, and I assumed the forest breeze had shifted. But then the threads of gray began to cluster, folding back on themselves, rising in a column that seemed unnaturally steady. My eyes followed the swirl, and slowly, too slowly to be dismissed as a fleeting illusion, I saw shapes in the smoke. Faces. They were not sharp at first, no more than hints. The curve of a brow, the hollow where eyes should be, a suggestion of cheek and jaw. I blinked, rubbed my face, and when I looked again, the smoke still held them. Dozens of impressions, crowding the air above the fire, their mouths slack, their eyes unblinking. They floated outward with the smoke's drift, only to coil back as if reluctant to leave the circle of light. I told myself it was imagination. Hours alone can trick the mind, and I had not yet adjusted to the stillness after so many weeks in the city. I ate quickly, telling myself not to look, but each time I did, the shapes were there, watching, formless, yet with enough suggestion of humanity to leave me cold. When I finally crawled into my tent, I left the fire burning low. My rational mind argued for safety, better a weak flame than total darkness. The irrational side of me, which I tried not to name, feared what the smoke might reveal if I stayed to watch any longer. Inside the tent, the forest pressed close. I heard the ordinary sounds, branches settling, the whisper of water in the stream, a distant owl. But beneath them, I imagined whispers in the crackle of the fire. Not words exactly, more like the rasp of breath drawn through hollow throats. I pulled the sleeping bag to my chin and told myself to rest. Sleep came shallow. When I woke deep in the night, the fire had dwindled to embers, but the air inside the tent was heavy, as filled with smoke, though I had zipped the flaps tight. My throat burned faintly. In the half-dark, I swore I saw movement against the thin fabric walls, vague shadows pressing close, then pulling back again. I forced myself not to look too long, not to listen too hard, and eventually exhaustion smothered my fear until morning light pulled me back into safety. Daylight has a way of cleaning things. By sunrise, the fire pit was nothing but ash and stone. The smoke was gone, and with it the faces. I told myself it had been nothing but fatigue, a trick of firelight. I busied myself with breakfast, then hiked further, climbing the ridge to explore. But the feeling lingered. Everywhere I walked, I felt observed. The woods were ordinary. Squirrels darting across branches, a hawk wheeling above, insects buzzing in patches of sunlight. Yet underneath the life of the forest was a silence I could not explain. It was as though the trees themselves leaned closer, listening. By the second evening, I was jumpy. I had nearly convinced myself to pack up and return early, but pride argued otherwise. I had come for solitude, and I was determined not to abandon it on account of shadows. So I built another fire. This time, I kept watch deliberately. I stared into the smoke, daring it to take shape again, convincing myself that confronting it would reveal its ordinary nature. For a long while, nothing happened. The smoke drifted as smoke does, curling upward, thinning into the canopy. My heart slowed. I even allowed myself to laugh, though the sound was thin and nervous. Then the fire popped, a sharp crack like breaking bone, and the smoke thickened in a rush. They were back. Faces upon faces, not vague now but detailed, lined with age, some stretched in silent screams, others expressionless. Eyes dark hollows that seemed to sink deeper than the night behind them. The smoke did not drift harmlessly this time. It curled downward as well as upward, spilling out to encircle me. I felt the air grow cold against my skin, though the fire's heat burned strong. I whispered aloud without meaning to, a foolish attempt at dismissal. This isn't real. But even as I said it, one of the faces leaned closer. The smoke did not dissipate with the motion. It grew denser, more solid. The mouth opened. From the hollow of its throat came a faint sound, like a sigh pressed through a reed. I stumbled back from the fire, nearly tripping over my own gear. My first thought was flight, to run into the woods and abandon everything. But reason caught me. The forest at night, without light, was more dangerous than smoke. So I circled wide, keeping the fire between myself and the gathering faces, and retreated into my tent as though thin nylon walls could protect me. I sat awake for hours, clutching the knife I usually reserved for cooking, listening to the faint murmurs that rose and fell with the smoke. The sound never formed words, but it was language all the same. Something deliberate, something meant to be heard. When exhaustion finally broke me, I slept badly, haunted by dreams in which I was surrounded by crowds, whose faces blurred into smoke whenever I tried to look at them. I woke at dawn with sweat cold on my back, the knife still clutched in my hand. The fire pit outside was once again ash. No smoke lingered, no faces hovered, but I knew then that this was no trick of tired eyes. Whatever it was, it had returned twice, and each time it had grown clearer. And each time it had watched me more intently. I should have left then. Every instinct told me to. But pride, or perhaps curiosity, tethered me to the place. I told myself that one more night would prove it either harmless or unreal. One more night, and then I would go. That was my mistake. The third night would not be like the others. I had told myself I would stay one more night, nothing more. The decision felt like a compromise, a way of keeping my pride without fully ignoring the fear pressing at the edges of my thoughts. I tried to pretend the day passed normally, but my hands betrayed me, unsteady as I tied the guy lines of my tent, clumsy as I boiled water for a meal I could barely swallow. The woods were the same as ever, pine needles crunching underfoot, the slow gurgle of the stream, the wind carrying the sharp bite of resin. But I could not separate them from the memory of those faces. That afternoon I hiked farther than before, as if distance alone might cleanse me. The forest deepened, shadows running long between trees so thick they blocked the sun. I walked until the stream was only a whisper behind me, until silence grew so complete I could hear my own pulse in my ears. I turned back only when the light began to shift toward evening. When I returned, the clearing felt smaller than before, the air heavier. The fire pit sat waiting, blackened stones forming a ring like a mouth too patient to speak. I stood over it, clutching a bundle of deadfall, and for the first time since arriving, I considered leaving the camp cold. But night in the woods is absolute without fire. Darkness folds around you, thicker than any city night, and every movement in the brush feels too close. To sit without flame would invite its own madness. So I crouched, set kindling, and struck a match. The fire caught quickly, greedily, flames climbing like they knew their purpose. I fed it with branches until it reached a steady burn. The crackle and pop should have been comforting, but every spark reminded me of the night before, of the instant the smoke had shifted. I watched the column rise. For long minutes it behaved as smoke should, drifting upward, thinning into gray ribbons that dissolved in the canopy. My chest loosened. Maybe it would not happen again. Maybe the thing, whatever it was, had spent itself. Then, with the gentlest shift of air, the smoke thickened. Faces formed again, but not as vague impressions. They emerged quickly now, features sharp and dreadful, eyes black pits that seemed too deep for drifting vapor. Mouths opened and closed soundlessly, but I felt their gaze like hands on my skin. The smoke no longer confined itself to the column above the fire. It spread outward, curling low, encircling the campsite. I stayed rooted where I was, my breath shallow though. Every muscle screamed to flee. The smoke faces floated closer, as if testing the boundaries of the fire's glow. One drew near enough that I could see the lines of age etched into its cheeks, every wrinkle defined, though it was made of nothing but ash, gray mist. Its eyes, if hollows can be called eyes, sank deep into darkness. And then I heard it. Not just the sigh of breath as before, but words. Whispered, faint, like leaves dragging across stone. Brian. My name. The sound was inside my ears, though the lips that shaped it were only smoke. I staggered back, heart hammering. My pack lay behind me. The straps tangled. I thought of grabbing it, of boating into the trees, but my body refused to turn away from the fire. Another face leaned forward, its mouth stretching wide. Brian. The voices multiplied, low and overlapping. My name repeated in tones that were neither male nor female, young nor old, but a blend of all, as if the smoke carried every voice at once. They were not shouting, but the sheer number of them filled the clearing until the air itself seemed to vibrate. I clapped my hands over my ears, but it did nothing. The voices were not carried by sound. They were inside me, coiling through my skull. I sank to my knees, eyes locked on the fire, unwilling to look away, because some part of me feared what might happen if I did. The flames wavered, bending inward as though drawn by the smoke rather than feeding it. Shadows twisted against the trees, wrong in their angles, moving without the fire's rhythm. The faces grew sharper still. I recognized some now, though I could not say from where. A woman with hollowed cheeks, her eyes like caverns. A man whose mouth stretched too wide. A child whose smoke, flesh flickered, as though it were being pulled apart and reformed. They were strangers. Yet a part of me whispered that I had seen them before, not in life but somewhere between dream and memory. Come, they whispered together. Come. I crawled backward until my shoulders pressed against the cold fabric of my tent. The knife I had kept at hand lay near the fire pit, forgotten in my scramble. The smoke faces pressed closer, hovering just beyond the stone circle, as if the fire held them back. Desperation clawed through me. I lunged forward, snatched the knife, and held it out though it shook in my grasp. "Stay away!" I shouted, though the words sounded small against the press of voices. The faces did not recoil. Instead, they leaned nearer, the whispers rising to a single word. Stay. The knife felt useless. I could stab smoke as many times as I wanted, and it would change nothing. Still, I clutched it, knuckles white. The smoke shifted. A new shape rose above the rest, taller, broader. The suggestion of shoulders and a torso forming from the haze. It did not look like the others. Its features were clearer, as if the smoke condensed with purpose. The face that formed was human, disturbingly so, with eyes like black glass and a mouth that stretched slowly into a smile. It raised an arm. Smoke coiled into the shape of fingers, pointing directly at me, and the fire guttered low as though robbed of breath. Panic tore through me. I grabbed the nearest branch from the pile of firewood and shoved it into the flames, stirring until sparks flared. The fire leapt higher, crackling with desperate life. For a moment, the faces recoiled, blurring at the edges. The tall figure dissolved, its smile breaking apart. I seized more wood, feeding it quickly, recklessly, until the fire blazed. Smoke from the burning pine poured upward in a chaotic rush, breaking the unnatural shapes apart. The whispers faltered, splintered, and then silenced. In seconds, the clearing was only smoke and flame, ordinary and unshaped. I dropped the knife, my chest heaving, my throat raw from shouting words I barely remembered forming. My knees buckled and I sat hard on the ground, sweat chilling against my skin despite the fire's heat. The smoke drifted upward in natural patterns now, breaking apart harmlessly among the branches. But the silence that followed was worse. I stayed awake until dawn, feeding the fire every time it threatened to falter, eyes never leaving the smoke. Nothing returned that night, but the absence felt like patience, rather than retreat, as though whatever I had interrupted was simply waiting for me to tire. When the sky lightened, I packed with frantic energy. My hands shook so badly I fumbled straps and dropped gear. I left behind things I normally would never abandon. An old pan, a half-full canteen. Because every minute in that clearing felt borrowed. I doused the fire with water from the stream, watching the last curl of smoke vanish into the air. For a moment, I thought I saw a face flicker again, but it was gone before I could be certain. Shouldering my pack, I set off down the trail, telling myself that once I reached my car, once I was on the road, the nightmare would end. But halfway through the hike back, I realized the smell of smoke clung to me, sharper than it should have. Each time I breathed, I thought I caught the faintest hint of whispers under the rustle of leaves. And when I turned once, just once, to glance back down the trail, I thought I saw a wisp of gray curling between the trees following. By the time I reached the trailhead, the sun was high and the air was bright, but the weight inside me did not lift. I dropped my pack onto the gravel beside the car, my hands trembling as I fumbled for the keys. I told myself I was safe now, that daylight and distance had broken the hold of whatever I had seen, but the words rang hollow even in my own mind. The engine coughed to life, steady and comforting in its ordinariness. I pulled onto the narrow road that wound through the forest, gravel popping under the tires, trees pressing in close on either side. Every shadow between trunks felt alive. The smell of smoke clung to my clothes, my skin, my hair, as if I had rolled in a cold fire pit. I cranked the windows down, but the scent did not fade. For miles, I did not look in the rearview mirror. Some primitive part of me whispered that to do so would invite something back into view. I stared ahead instead, white-knuckled on the steering wheel, telling myself over and over, just get home. But when I finally gave in, when instinct forced my eyes upward to the mirror, I saw it. Not the empty road, not the sway of branches behind me, but smoke. A thin, curling wisp rising from the back seat, impossible yet undeniable. And in the smoke, the faintest curve of a cheek, the hollow of an eye socket. Watching, I swerved, tires skidding on gravel, nearly losing control. My heart hammered. I slammed the brakes, the car jerking to a stop in the middle of the forest road. For a long moment I could not breathe, staring at the mirror, waiting for the smoke to vanish. It did not. The faces were faint now, but they were there, crowded together, their mouths moving soundlessly. I twisted around in my seat, half expecting to see figures seated behind me, but there was nothing. Only air that shimmered faintly, as though it held heat though the day was cool. I opened the door and staggered out, chest heaving. The road was silent, no birds, no rustle of life in the underbrush, only the whisper of wind carrying the scent of ash. I paced in circles, trying to steady my thoughts. Maybe I was hallucinating, poisoned by smoke inhalation, my mind replaying shapes that weren't there. Maybe. But when I looked back into the car, the smoke remained. I considered abandoning the vehicle, walking the rest of the way, but the nearest town was more than 20 miles off. Alone, on foot, with whatever followed me, I would not make it. The car was my only chance. So I forced myself back inside, slammed the door, and drove. I refused to look in the mirror again. The road unspooled in front of me, mile after mile. until finally the trees thinned and the first hints of human presence appeared. Utility poles, a mailbox, the crumbling edge of a paved intersection. When I pulled into the gas station, on the outskirts of a small town, the ordinary buzz of life should have reassured me. Cars moved through the lot. A man in a ball cap filled his truck. An attendant leaned against the door smoking. The air here smelled of fuel and dust, not pine and ash. Yet as I stepped out, I felt eyes on me. Not the casual glance of strangers, but the same heavy, suffocating attention I had felt in the clearing. I looked up and froze. The smoke from the attendant's cigarette did not rise naturally. It curled into shapes, familiar shapes, faces that looked at me and only me. I backed away, heart hammering, nearly stumbling into my own car. The attendant flicked ash to the ground, oblivious. The man with the truck wiped his hands on his jeans, paying no attention. No one else saw. I realized then that it wasn't the clearing that had been haunted. It wasn't the fire pit or the forest or the lonely camp. It was me. I drove again, not caring where, as long as I moved. The highway opened ahead, long and empty. The smoke smell thickened inside the car, seeping from the vents though the air conditioning was off. Whispers rose, faint but insistent, threading through the hum of the tires. My name, over and over, dozens of voices layering into a chorus. Brian, stay, stay. I gripped the wheel until my hands ached. What do you want from me? I shouted, though my voice cracked into a sob. For the first time, the whispers answered with more than my name. The words were indistinct, shifting like wind, but I caught fragments. Ours, ash, burn, stay. My throat closed. My vision blurred with tears I hadn't felt forming. I veered onto the shoulder, the car rattling across gravel, and slammed it into park. Smoke thickened in the cabin, rising from the seat seams, the floor mats, the very air. Faces formed all around me, pressing close, their mouths opening in unison. I stumbled out, coughing, collapsing to my knees on the roadside. The highway stretched empty in both directions. My car stood silent, windows clouding from within. And then, slowly, the smoke seeped out through the open door, curling toward me. I staggered back, tripping over loose stone, scraping my palms. The whispers grew louder, surrounding me, inside me, filling the world. I clamped my hands over my ears, but it did nothing. In desperation, I snatched a lighter from my pocket, the same cheap plastic one I'd used to start my campfire. My thumb sparked flame, small and trembling. The smoke faces recoiled, just slightly, as if the tiny fire carried weight against them. I thrust it out, waving it wildly. Stay away, I screamed, though my voice was raw. The faces blurred, wavered, but did not vanish. They circled instead, patient, waiting for the flame to die. And it would. I had only so much fuel, and I could not burn forever. That was weeks ago. I have not returned home. I cannot. Everywhere I go, they follow. Smoke curls from chimneys, from exhaust pipes, from the strike of a match. And in it I see them. Faces upon faces, always watching. When strangers light cigarettes on the street, their smoke shapes lips that mouth my name. When food sizzles in a diner, the haze above the grill twists into eyes. Sleep is impossible. At night, the whispers fill my motel rooms, pressing against the walls until I pace like a trapped animal. I keep the lights on, matches scattered around me, candles burning, though each one only buys me time. When the flames gutter, they lean close again. I have tried to flee across counties, across state lines. It changes nothing. Smoke is everywhere, and they are in it. I don't know what they want beyond the single word they repeat. Stay, stay with them. Stay in the fire, stay in the ash. Sometimes, in my weakest moments, I wonder if that is the only way this ends. That the smoke doesn't want me alive, but burned down into it, one more face among theirs. I write this now in the corner of a roadside diner, pen scratching against damp paper, a candle stub guttering at my elbow. The waitress gives me strange looks for insisting on the flame, but I don't care. The air above it trembles with gray, and already I see eyes forming. If anyone reads this, know this much: when you camp, when you light a fire, when you see the smoke curling into the night, do not watch too closely. Do not let it watch you back. Because once it does, it will never stop. And I fear the next time my flame goes out, I will no longer be writing. I will be inside the smoke, one face among thousands, whispering to the next fool who dares to light a match. My name is Diana Flores, and I was raised to respect the wilderness, to treat every path as if it held memory and meaning. I grew up in Colorado, in a family that valued weekends spent under open skies more than hours inside any house. My father was a forest ranger for 20 years before he retired, and my mother taught biology at the community college. From both of them, I inherited a mix of caution and curiosity, the kind that makes a person tread carefully, but still keep moving forward. I am 32 years old, unmarried, and work as a freelance photographer. Most of my assignments center on hiking trails, abandoned parks, and forgotten roads, places that used to hold travelers but no longer do. That was how I ended up on a closed trail in late October. Camera strapped to my chest, boots crunching against the first frost of the season. The trail had been marked off months earlier due to fire damage. Signs warned against trespassing, citing unstable ground, and potential hazards from fallen branches and weakened soil. To me, though, those warnings only added weight to the place's story. Fires had swept through here the previous summer, leaving swaths of blackened pines and skeletal shrubs where once the forest had been thick. My goal wasn't to hike the full stretch, but to capture the images of a landscape in transition. The scarred trees, the stubborn grass returning, the silence that follows destruction. There is a haunting beauty in places nature is trying to reclaim, and I always thought, if I listened closely enough, I might hear the forest's own account of what it endured. That morning, the air smelled faintly of smoke, though the fire had been extinguished for more than a year. Cold wind slipped through the ravines, stirring ash from the ground like restless ghosts. I remember how uneasy it felt even then, as if the forest wasn't healed enough to welcome anyone back. But I pressed forward, careful to remain on the hardened trail, checking for any signs of weakness in the soil. My boots were heavy, the kind with reinforced soles, the kind my father would have approved of. Each step felt measured, steady, until I reached the curve where the path dipped down toward a ravine. That was when I saw them. The first boot was lodged halfway into the dirt, blackened and brittle. It looked as if it had been dipped in tar, though when I leaned closer, I realized the leather was charred through. The laces were gone. The tongue curled inward. No foot remained inside, just empty space. A single boot alone on a trail can mean anything. Someone lost it. Someone abandoned it. Some hiker gave up on it years ago. But just past that first one, a second lay tilted to the side. It too was burnt down to a husk, the heel eaten away by fire. And further on, a third and a fourth. My eyes traced the line and found more, scattered at even intervals, leading away from the trail and into the dense trees where the fire had burned hottest. Each pair faced forward, as if some invisible figure had walked that direction, leaving only its charred footwear behind. I froze. My first thought was logical. Perhaps the boots had belonged to firefighters, who abandoned them when the flames got too close. But the more I studied them, the less sense it made. Firefighters don't leave gear scattered in neat progression. They don't burn their boots down to hollow black shells. The boots looked almost staged, as if arranged deliberately to mark a path. I crouched down to examine one, brushing at the dirt. Ash smeared against my fingertips, coating them with a sticky black film that clung like soot from a chimney. The leather cracked under the slightest pressure, flaking apart. The soles were fused to the ground, as though melted there. I told myself not to follow. My father's voice echoed in my head. Don't wander off trail, don't push curiosity past caution. But I couldn't shake the pull. My camera hung heavy against my chest. This was what I had come for, the strange and the inexplicable. The places where people hesitate to look. I snapped a few photos, the shutter clicking loud in the silence, then stood and peered into the trees. The boots stretched further than I could see, swallowed by shadow and fog, curling between blackened trunks. The deeper forest was quiet in a way that unsettled me. Even burned woods should carry some trace of sound. Birds returning, squirrels chattering, the faint whisper of leaves. But there was nothing. My own breathing felt amplified, echoing too loudly against the stillness. The smell of smoke grew sharper, as though the fire had only recently passed. My boots crunched against brittle earth as I stepped toward the line. My body pulled forward against better judgment. 1, 2, 3 more pairs marked the way, each deteriorated in the same fashion, each frozen mid-step. I thought about turning back. I even pivoted once, glancing over my shoulder at the trail. The path behind me looked suddenly foreign, like a ribbon leading out of a place I no longer belonged in. My chest tightened. I told myself 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes further, then I'd leave. The boots led me down a slope where the trees grew closer together, their blackened branches stretching overhead like skeletal arms. The fog thickened. I began to notice details I hadn't seen before. Faint footprints etched in the ash between the boots. Prints that looked too narrow, too deep, as if pressed into the earth with more weight than one body should carry. My camera shutter clicked again, though my hands trembled as I raised it. I needed proof, something to hold on to, because my mind already whispered possibilities I didn't want to consider. A sound broke the silence then. It wasn't the rustle of leaves or the snap of a branch, but something softer. A low sigh, like air escaping from lungs. It drifted between the trees, faint yet distinct. I spun in place, eyes darting, but saw no one. Only the boots. Waiting, my throat went dry. I whispered my own name aloud, a strange reflex, as though grounding myself to my body. The fog shifted, curling upward, and for a fleeting second, I swore I saw movement deeper in the woods. Something pale, almost human, shaped, vanishing behind a trunk before I could be certain. My instincts screamed to retreat, but my legs carried me forward. The fog clung closer the deeper. I followed the line of boots, wrapping around my shoulders like damp cloth. Every step felt heavier, not only from the weight of my own hesitation, but from something else pressing down from the air itself. The deeper I went, the more the silence grew wrong. It wasn't only absence of birds or rustling. It was as if the forest had been hollowed out, stripped of every trace of life, and left as a stage for something I could not yet see. The boots continued, each one pointing deeper into the trees. Some pairs stood upright, still positioned as though invisible legs were inside them, frozen mid-stride. Others had toppled. Yet even then they lay angled in the same direction, obediently marking the path forward. Their burnt leather seemed fresher the further I went, less flaking, less brittle, as though time itself reversed with each step. I crouched once to examine a pair, noticing faint marks in the soil directly beneath them, as if small fires had flared only there. The ground around was damp and cool, yet those patches of black earth radiated a low warmth when I brushed my hand near. I swallowed hard, realizing what that meant. Something had burned here recently, far too recently for a fire long declared contained. Yet the forest showed no fresh burns beyond these boot prints. Only the line, deliberate and haunting. The sound of that faint sigh came again, low and steady, like someone exhaling just behind me. I turned sharply, camera raised, but there was nothing. Nothing except the fog, folding and twisting in ways that seemed almost purposeful. When I tried to steady my breath, I realized something strange. I could not hear the sound of my own exhalations. I placed a hand against my chest, felt the rise and fall, but no audible breath followed. My heartbeat thundered in my ears, yet even that was muffled, as though I listened from underwater. The boots ahead seemed to draw me on by sheer will, and every attempt to stop felt like pulling against a tide. My father's warnings circled in my head again, yet they sounded faint, like voices remembered in a dream. I gripped my camera until my knuckles whitened. It was the only tether left in my hands, the one thing reminding me that this was real, and not some hallucination of smoke. The slope deepened, and the forest seemed to lean inward. Branches arched like ribs over a spine. The fog glowed faintly gray in the dim light, making distance impossible to measure. That was when I noticed something that nearly made me lose my balance. A new set of tracks beside the boots. Not mine, not old either. Bare feet. They pressed into the ash with startling clarity, each toe distinct, as though burned directly into the soil. The prints were too large for a child, too narrow for a man, but unmistakably human. They paralleled the boots for several yards, then cut across them, vanishing deeper into the trees where no boots lay. My throat tightened. The camera clicked almost by instinct, though the photos gave me no comfort. I wanted to call out, to demand who was there. But the silence was too oppressive, too final. If I spoke, I feared the sound would not return. I pressed on, hard hammering. My boots crunched loud in my mind, though perhaps only because the forest gave no other sound. Ahead, the line of burnt footwear curved suddenly to the left, and for a brief moment, I glimpsed something beyond the fog. An opening. A clearing ringed by charred stumps, the center littered with ash. The boots ended there, arranged in a near-perfect circle. Their blackened forms looked ritualistic, like offerings or sentinels. Each faced inward, toward the heart of the clearing. I stepped closer, pulse quickening. In the very center, the ash was piled deeper, a mound of gray dust that looked too deliberate. I crouched slowly, stretching a hand toward it, and felt heat radiate from within, as if embers smoldered just beneath. When I brushed the surface lightly, the ash collapsed inward, exposing blackened fragments beneath. I recoiled before I realized what I was seeing: bone. Tiny shards, some curved like ribs, others long like fingers. Charred white, fragile as chalk. My stomach lurched. I staggered back, the camera dangling forgotten against my chest. The sigh came again, louder now, and not behind me but all around. The fog pulsed with it, swelling as if the very air exhaled. The boots trembled faintly, or perhaps it was only my vision shaking. Then, clear as anything, I saw movement across the clearing. Between two trunks stood a figure, thin, too tall, body pale against the soot, dark trees. Its face was obscured, features blurred by the haze. But its head tilted toward me, in a gesture I understood instantly, recognition. My skin crawled. Every instinct screamed to run. But my legs held fast, locked as if the boots at my feet had fused with the earth. The figure did not move closer. It simply lifted an arm, long and skeletal, and gestured toward the boots circling the clearing. The implication was undeniable. Step in. Join. My breath caught in my throat. I took one step back instead. The figure tilted its head further, sharp and unnatural, like a bird studying prey. My pulse surged. At last, I forced my body to move, stumbling backward until my boots hit the first edge of trail. My camera swung forward, and I snapped the shutter wildly, capturing frame after frame, though I did not even check if the lens caught the figure. The fog thickened violently, rushing between me and the clearing like a living wall. When it thinned seconds later, the figure was gone. Only the boots remained, circling the mound of ash, silent and waiting. My courage cracked. I turned and ran. Every step away felt heavy, as though something dragged at my legs. Yet I forced myself forward, lungs burning though still silent in my ears. I didn't stop until I reached the first boot I had seen, half buried in the soil, and the faint line of the official trail appeared through the thinning fog. I paused, bent double, gasping though no sound came from my throat. Slowly, the world began to return, the sound of wind brushing through distant branches, the faint crunch of my own shifting weight. My breath at last roared back into my ears, loud and frantic. The silence lifted like a veil, but the dread it left behind clung like smoke. My eyes flicked down the line of boots leading back into the forest. They seemed to wait unchanged, as if none of it had happened, as if it all could begin again the moment I stepped off trail. I raised my camera with shaking hands and reviewed the photos, desperate for confirmation that something, anything, had been real. What I saw nearly made me drop the device. In the first photos, the boots appeared just as I remembered. In the next, faint mist filled the frame, curling into shapes that resembled hands, faces, reaching. And in one, the clearest shot of all, the pale figure stood between the trees, its blurred face turned toward me, its skeletal arm outstretched in that same gesture. My chest constricted. I closed the camera, shoved it against my chest, and stumbled back to the trail, half blind with panic. But even as I moved away, I heard it one last time, that long, low sigh drifting through the fog, following me, promising that the boots were not finished with me yet. I didn't remember the hike back in full. Panic blurred everything, turning minutes into long, indistinct stretches. I only know I stumbled along the closed trail until the faded caution signs appeared ahead of me, fluttering weakly in the breeze. The instant I stepped past them, the air shifted, lighter, almost breathable. My chest eased as though a weight had been lifted, yet the relief was brief. Behind me, just beyond the tree line, the fog lingered unnaturally thick, as if it refused to drift with the wind. I could feel it staring, if fog could stare, the memory of that pale figure stitched into every wisp. I hurried to my car, parked a mile down the service road. By the time I reached it, sweat slicked my back despite the autumn chill. I slammed the door, locked it, and sat gripping the steering wheel, fighting to steady my hands. The camera rested on the passenger seat. I couldn't bring myself to look at it again just yet. It felt like more than a machine. It felt complicit, like it had shown me too much. I started the engine and drove, headlights cutting the fading light, gravel rattling beneath the tires. I didn't glance once at the rearview mirror. Something told me I wouldn't like what I might see if I did. That night in my apartment, I tried to convince myself it had been exhaustion, maybe smoke, induced hallucinations from lingering toxins in the burnt forest. Rational explanations are the only tools we have when the impossible gnaws at us. But when I finally forced myself to open the camera again, rationality faltered. Frame by frame, the images revealed details I had missed. The boots closer to the clearing weren't only burnt husks. They had outlines inside them, faint, like shadows pressed into the leather. In one image, a charred boot appeared filled with the distinct shape of a foot, toes visible through cracks. In another, a pale hand reached from the fog, long fingers nearly brushing the lens. And always, that blurred figure waited in the background, closer in each successive shot. I barely slept. When I did drift off, the sigh followed me into dreams. I'd wake gasping, certain that boots lined the floor beside my bed, waiting to lead me somewhere I didn't want to go. By morning, I told myself to delete the photos, erase them, pretend it never happened. But something stopped me. Curiosity, obsession, whatever name fit. It was the same pull that had led me off the safe trail in the first place. I uploaded the pictures to my computer instead. Enlarged, sharpened. They revealed even more faces, dozens of them, melted into the fog, mouths open as if mid-breath. And in one final shot, the pale figure stood not in the trees, but directly in front of the lens, so close its blurred face consumed the frame. No eyes, no mouth, just the impression of features, as though carved from ash and smeared by smoke. I shut the laptop with shaking hands. For hours, I sat in silence, the apartment too still, every creak and hum magnified into threat. By late afternoon, I decided I needed to prove to myself that the forest was empty, that I hadn't stumbled into something unspeakable. I drove back. My father's voice scolded me in memory, but I ignored it. Fear and compulsion had tangled together, and there was no escaping either unless I faced that place again. The forest greeted me differently this time. No wind, no scent of smoke, just a flat stillness that pressed down like a lid. The caution signs leaned crookedly, but no fog drifted beyond them. I almost convinced myself it was safe, that the strangeness had ended. But when I reached the curve of the trail, where I had first found the boots, my stomach twisted. They were still there, exactly the same as before, each charred shell pointing into the trees. I expected decay, disruption from animals or weather. Instead, they looked untouched, preserved as if the fire had passed yesterday. I forced my feet forward. One step, then another. The forest accepted me like it had been waiting. The silence fell heavier with each pace, and soon the boots curved away again toward the slope. My heart pounded, but I didn't stop. I needed to see the clearing in daylight, needed to prove what I saw hadn't been real. But when I reached it, I froze. The circle of boots remained, and the ash mound at the center still smoldered faintly. But there were more boots now. Dozens more, lining the edge of the clearing in widening rings, like ripples spreading outward. Every one blackened, every one facing inward. The sigh rose around me, louder, closer, filling the clearing like a single shared breath. My knees weakened. And then, from the ash mound, a hand broke through, pale, skeletal, dragging upward. Another followed, then another. Figures began to pull themselves free. Bodies made of smoke and bone, their movements slow but certain. They stood shakily, skin translucent. Boots fused to their feet as if burned there permanently. Empty faces turned toward me, mouths opening with no sound. They did not walk so much as glide, circling, joining the ring. My camera strap dug into my neck as I raised it instinctively, snapping photo after photo. Each click felt like a betrayal of common sense, but I couldn't stop. The pale figure from before emerged last, rising from the ash like smoke given form. It towered taller than the rest, head cocked in that same unnatural tilt. Its arm lifted, long and thin, pointing at me with a skeletal finger. The boots at my feet trembled, cracked, and began to blacken, as though invisible fire licked at them. Panic ripped through me. I staggered back, tripping over a root, scrambling to escape the circle. But the ground seemed to soften, sucking at my steps, pulling me down. I wrenched free, tearing the heel of one boot against the earth, and ran. Branches whipped my face. Fog surged around me though the day was clear, and behind me the sigh followed. Dozens of voices exhaling at once. I didn't stop until I burst back onto the service road, lungs burning, the world returning in an instant. The forest behind me looked ordinary, calm, as though nothing waited within. My boots were still on my feet, intact but scorched faintly along the soles. I drove without looking back, heart pounding so hard I thought it might split. At home, I swore I'd delete the photos, destroy the evidence. But they're still here, sitting on my hard drive, each one more impossible than the last. Sometimes at night, when I close my eyes, I hear the sigh again. And when I wake, I swear the faint smell of smoke lingers in the room. My father once told me the forest remembers everything, that trails hold memory in the way bark holds scars. I believe him now. The boots I saw weren't abandoned gear or coincidence. They were markers, each step burned into the earth by those who never left. They wait for the next to join. And I fear one day, when I least expect it, they'll finish what they started. My name is Logan Meyer, and I have always believed myself to be a rational man. I am not someone given easily to superstition, nor do I indulge in the folklore of forests and mountains, no matter how often such tales are whispered around the flicker of campfires. I was raised to value what could be explained, what could be measured, and what could be proven under the scrutiny of daylight. And yet, despite that foundation of reason, there are moments that come back to me with a vividness so sharp that I can almost smell the damp moss, hear the soft snap of a twig, or feel the sudden absence of sound, as though the world itself had been holding its breath. What happened to me on that particular trip in the Rockies was one of those moments, and it began with nothing more unusual than a slip of paper, folded and stuffed into the cracked wood of a campsite post. I had arrived late in the afternoon after a long hike. The trail itself had been a challenge, littered with rocks still wet from the morning's rain. My pack dug into my shoulders, and my boots were heavy with mud. Yet I felt a quiet sense of satisfaction as I approached the campsite marked on the map. The clearing was modest but serviceable. A small fire ring of stones blackened by countless flames. A post that once bore a wooden marker, but was now split with age. And the quiet dignity of the trees, standing as a barrier all around. It was the sort of place where one might expect solitude, and that was exactly what I had been looking for. When I dropped my pack and began to set up, it was only then that I noticed the folded scrap. It was wedged into a jagged crack that ran the length of the post, yellowed slightly, as if it had been there for some time. At first, I thought it might have been a piece of trash left by careless campers. But when I pulled it free, I saw the neat, clipped handwriting in dark ink, faded but legible. The note was brief, and it carried with it a weight that belied its size. It said only, "Do not stay past midnight. Ranger." I stood for a long time staring at the words. At first, I laughed to myself and shook my head. It struck me as some sort of joke. Perhaps a ranger with a sense of humor, or a camper trying to spook whoever came after them. The rational explanation, the one that made the most sense, was that it was nothing at all. Just a note, a prank. But a part of me, one I was not eager to admit existed, felt an unease take root. It was subtle, like a faint chill working its way down my spine, whispering that whoever had written the words had not intended them as a joke. The sun had dipped lower, its light bleeding through the tops of the pines in long slants of orange and gold. I tried to ignore the note as I went about my tasks, setting up the tent, unrolling my sleeping bag, and preparing a small meal. The forest was alive with the expected sounds. The rustle of branches as birds settled in for the night, the distant gurgle of water from a creek I had passed earlier, and the steady rhythm of the wind moving across the higher ridges. Nothing felt wrong, and yet I could not stop glancing at the paper folded in my pocket. By the time I built a small fire, darkness had already crept across the ground, and the air grew colder. Flames leapt and crackled, pushing back the shadows, though beyond the lights reached the trees became a wall of black. I ate quietly, trying to shake off the thought of the warning. Midnight was just an arbitrary line on a clock, after all. To the forest, time had no meaning. And yet, I found myself watching the fire, as though it alone kept something at bay, something that waited just beyond the circle of light. I told myself I was being foolish. Stories of forest spirits and creatures that stalk campers after dark had never held sway over me. But the note was not a story. It was real. I had held it in my hand, seen the careful script, felt the impression of the pen against the paper. And the more I thought about it, the more I wondered why a ranger, a figure of authority, someone whose very duty was to protect hikers and campers, would take the time to leave a message so stark. Why not a warning about bears, or fire restrictions, or unstable cliffs? Why just that one chilling instruction, "Do not stay past midnight"? The hours dragged on, and I tried to occupy myself by jotting a few lines in my journal, recording the day's hike, the state of the trail, and my impressions of the land. But even as I wrote, I found my mind drifting, my pen faltering as I listened to the silence that settled thicker with every passing hour. By 10 o'clock, the forest had gone quiet in a way that was not natural. No crickets sang, no owls hooted, not even the wind moved through the trees. It was as though the world itself had dimmed the volume, until nothing remained but the sound of my own breathing and the faint crackle of the fire. I set my journal aside and added another log to the flames. Sparks drifted upward and vanished into the dark. My eyes were drawn again to the tree line. It felt as if something stood there watching, though no shape revealed itself. Each time I turned my gaze, I half expected to catch the flicker of movement, the glint of eyes reflecting firelight, the shift of shadow into form. But there was nothing. Only the stillness, heavy and complete. By 11 o'clock, the note in my pocket felt like a weight. I considered packing up, shouldering my gear, and leaving the site behind. But the trail was treacherous in the dark, and the thought of navigating it with only the weak beam of my flashlight was no comfort. Besides, reason told me once again that there was nothing to fear. Midnight would come, and it would pass, and I would wake in the morning to sunlight and birdsong, embarrassed at how much power a single sentence had held over me. Still, I could not shake the sense that the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting. My fire had burned lower, and though I fed it once more, the flames seemed reluctant to climb, as though dampness clung to the wood despite its dryness. Shadows reached closer, and the circle of light shrank until it seemed barely to cover the small patch of ground where I sat. As the minutes crept toward 12, my unease deepened into dread. My watch ticked steadily, each second a reminder that the moment of warning was nearly upon me. The rational part of my mind insisted I was being ridiculous. Midnight was no different than 11, or 1 in the morning, or any other hour. But another part, the one that could not forget the handwriting on that note, whispered that the line mattered, that something waited for me to cross it. When my watch read 11:58, I stood and paced the clearing, telling myself I would stay awake and vigilant. I would face whatever this unease was, and prove to myself that it was nothing more than my imagination. I circled the fire, my eyes darting to the tree line again and again. The silence pressed tighter, and I became acutely aware of my own footsteps crunching against the earth, of the faint rustle of my jacket as I moved. Every sound I made was swallowed quickly, leaving impression that the forest refused to echo me, refused to give me back even the smallest acknowledgement that I was not alone. At 11:59, I stopped pacing and stood beside the fire, staring into the dark. My heart hammered with an intensity that embarrassed me, yet I could not still it. I clenched the note in my hand, its paper soft and worn against my palm, and I waited. The fire hissed as if in protest, and a single pop of sap burst from a log, startling in the suffocating quiet. Then the watch on my wrist clicked forward, the second hand sliding into place. Midnight. The forest did not stir. The ground did not tremble. The sky did not split. For a heartbeat, relief flooded me, and I nearly laughed aloud at the absurdity of it all. But that relief lasted only an instant, because in the very next breath, I realized that the silence I had endured all night had deepened still further, if such a thing were possible. It was not just quiet, it was void. The air felt stripped of life, the night itself hollowed, and from the tree line, at last, something moved. From the tree line, at last, something moved. It was not the quick dart of an animal startled by firelight, nor the subtle sway of branches stirred by wind. It was deliberate. A shadow peeled away from the others, taller than I expected, with the unmistakable cadence of something walking. My throat tightened, and I gripped the note as though it were a weapon. The fire popped again, casting a brief glow that caught the edge of the figure. It froze just beyond the light. My eyes strained, trying to find detail, but all I could see was a shape darker than the night around it. shoulders hunched, a head bent slightly forward, arms hanging too low at its sides. For an instant, I told myself it was a man, a late hiker, perhaps another camper who had strayed too far from their sight. But no human should have been walking the forest at midnight without a flashlight, without a sound. Hello. My voice cracked when it left me, and the sound was swallowed by the night before it could travel far. Do you need help? No answer. The figure stood still. I tried again, louder this time, my voice wobbling against the silence. I'm camping here. Do you need something? The figure shifted, not forward but to the side, as though testing the boundary of the firelight. My pulse thudded in my ears, and I found myself stepping back toward my tent without realizing it. The fire, once comforting, now felt too small, its glow too weak to hold back what watched me. When I blinked, the figure was gone, not stepped away, not faded into the trees. It was simply gone. My stomach dropped as I scanned the tree line, my breath quick and shallow. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to abandon the camp, and find the safety of the ranger station miles down the trail. But the thought of plunging into that wall of black, without knowing where the figure waited, was worse. I forced myself to sit, clutching the note so tightly it crumpled in my hand. Minutes bled into one another, my eyes flicking constantly from shadow to shadow, waiting for it to return. The silence pressed down heavier, like a weight on my chest. I longed for any sound, an insect, a breeze, even the distant cry of an owl. But nothing came. At last, unable to endure the stillness, I pulled out my flashlight. Its beam cut through the dark in a harsh white cone, bouncing off trunks and branches, illuminating patches of ground. I swept it back and forth, my hands trembling. For a moment, there was nothing. Then the light caught something pale, low to the ground, just at the edge of vision. It was a hand, not reaching, not grasping, simply resting against the earth, as though the figure had crouched low. The skin was stark against the dark soil, too pale, almost waxy. My breath hitched, and I jerked the beam upward. But when I did, there was nothing. No figure, no hand. Just trees, stretching endlessly into the void. I turned the light off, suddenly afraid of what I might see if I kept searching. The fire was burning low again, its circle of safety shrinking by the second. I scrambled for more wood, feeding it with frantic hands, though the flames sputtered as if reluctant to grow. I whispered under my breath, nonsense words, anything to fill the oppressive silence. My watch ticked past 12:15, past 12:30. Time seemed thick, syrupy, refusing to move the way it should. When I finally dared to glance toward the tree line again, I saw something that froze me where I sat. There were more shapes now. Not one, but several. Figures standing shoulder to shoulder, evenly spaced, circling the clearing just beyond the light. They did not move. They did not sway. They stood as though they had been placed there waiting. I could not see their faces, but I felt their eyes. Every nerve in my body screamed that I was being studied, weighed, measured for something I could not understand. I rose slowly to my feet, trying to keep my legs steady. Stay back, I managed, though my voice cracked. I don't want any trouble. The figures did not respond. Not with words, not with gestures. They only stood there, silent and patient. I thought of the ranger's note again, the simplicity of its warning. Do not stay past midnight. My stomach twisted. This was what it had meant. Someone had known and left me a chance to leave. I had ignored it. A sound broke the silence then, sharp and sudden. the snap of a twig from within the circle. One of the figures had stepped forward. My flashlight shook in my hands as I raised it, the beam cutting across the clearing. For an instant, I caught a glimpse of its face. It was wrong. Not monstrous, not grotesque, but wrong in a way that made my mind recoil. Its features were blurred, indistinct, as if smeared by a hand across wet paint. Eyes too far apart. A mouth too low, stretched across the jaw. The skin pale, almost translucent, like candle wax in heat. I stumbled back, my heart slamming against my ribs, and the flashlight flickered, then went dead. Darkness swallowed me whole. I dropped the light and lunged for the fire, desperate to keep it alive. I threw in every scrap of wood I had, even the small pieces meant for kindling. Flames leapt higher, casting the clearing in uneven light, and for a moment I felt a fragile relief. The figures had stepped back, retreating just to the edge again, as though the fire kept them bound. But I knew it would not last. My supply of wood was finite, and the night stretched endless before me. Hours bled together. I sat beside the flames, staring out at the unmoving shapes, each one a dark sentinel watching, waiting. My eyelids grew heavy despite my fear, and I fought the pull of sleep with every ounce of will I had. To sleep felt like surrender, and surrender felt like death. When the fire finally burned low again, I realized with horror that dawn had not yet come. My watch read 3 in the morning, though it felt as though I had been sitting there for a lifetime. The figures had not moved. Their patience was infinite. I tried to distract myself by unfolding the note again, smoothing its creases with trembling hands. I read the words over and over, as if they might change, as if some hidden message might reveal itself, now that I understood the stakes. But there was nothing, only the stark warning. When the fire hissed low, one of the figures stepped closer again. Then another, slowly, deliberately, as though they knew my resources had run thin. I scrambled back toward my tent, clutching at the zipper with shaking hands. I dove inside and yanked it shut, though the thin nylon felt laughably inadequate. I sat in the dark, clutching my knife, listening. At first, there was silence. Then came the sound of movement outside. Slow, deliberate footsteps circling the tent. A hand brushed against the fabric, pressing lightly enough to leave an imprint. My breath caught in my throat, and I bit down hard on my lip to keep from making a sound. They circled for what felt like hours, sometimes brushing against the tent, sometimes dragging something sharp across the ground just outside. Never rushing, never attacking, only reminding me that they were there. When exhaustion finally overtook me, I do not remember. At some point, despite terror, despite every instinct, my body surrendered. I drifted in and out, jolting awake at the faintest sound, then slipping again into uneasy half-sleep. When light finally filtered through the thin walls of the tent, it felt like a miracle. I unzipped the flap slowly, terrified of what I might see, but the clearing was empty. The fire was cold ash. The tree line was still. There was no sign of the figures. And yet, when I stepped outside, I saw the ground around the tent. Dozens of footprints circled it in the dirt. Bare footprints, each one pressed deep, toes long, arches wrong. They encircled my camp like a ritual, tighter and tighter, until the final ring pressed inches from where I had slept. I stood frozen, the morning sun weak against the lingering chill. Then I saw something else, wedged into the cracked post where I had found the first note. Another scrap of paper. My hand shook as I pulled it free. The handwriting was the same, clipped and neat, It read, "If you read this, you stayed. Leave while you can." It read, "If you read this, you stayed. Leave while you can." The words burned into me with a clarity that left no room for doubt. Whoever had left them knew. They had stood in this same clearing, had seen what I had seen, and still managed to escape long enough to leave a message for the next unlucky traveler. For me. I crushed the paper in my fist, glanced once more at the prints circling my tent, and felt my stomach twist. The air was heavy despite the daylight, as though the forest still carried the weight of midnight silence. I packed quickly, shoving gear into my bag without order. My hands shook as I rolled the tent, and I abandoned several items altogether. My journal, a spare set of socks, even my half-burned flashlight. None of it mattered. What mattered was leaving before the sun fell again. The trail was harder going back than it had been arriving. My boots caught in roots and rocks, and each sound I made seemed too loud, as though it might draw attention. I forced myself not to look back, though the weight of unseen eyes pressed constantly against me. I imagined those figures pacing parallel to my road, hidden by trees, waiting for night. The thought drove me faster, my breaths ragged, sweat soaking my shirt despite the cool mountain air. By mid-morning I reached the creek I had crossed the day before. The water was clearer now, moving fast over smooth stones. I knelt to drink, the cold liquid burning down my throat, and for a brief moment I felt human again. But then I saw it. Across the creek, wedged between two roots, was another scrap of paper. My blood ran cold. I told myself not to touch it, not to look. But curiosity, or perhaps inevitability, drew me across the shallow water. The paper was damp but legible. Same handwriting, same clipped script. They follow the ones who know. Don't look back. I dropped it as though it had burned me. My pulse thundered in my ears. Whoever had written these notes hadn't escaped entirely. They had been running, leaving breadcrumbs behind. And now I was running the same trail, following the same path, and, God help me, maybe doomed to the same end. I pressed on, refusing to linger. Hours blurred into one another, the forest shifting from dappled sunlight to long stretches of shadow. Each turn of the trail seemed unfamiliar, though I knew I was retracing my steps. By early afternoon, I began to feel the weight of fatigue, my legs leaden, my back screaming under the pack. But I didn't dare stop. To stop felt like waiting, and waiting was what they wanted. By the time the ranger station finally came into view, my relief was so overwhelming that my knees buckled. The squat wooden structure sat at the edge of a clearing, its roof weathered, its porch sagging. A flagpole stood empty beside it, rope clinking faintly against the metal in the breeze. I stumbled forward up the porch steps and knocked on the door with the desperation of a drowning man clawing for shore. At first there was no answer. Then, slowly, the door creaked open. The man who stood there wore a ranger's uniform, faded and frayed at the edges. His face was lined, his eyes shadowed by the brim of his hat. He looked me over once, gaze lingering on my pale face, my shaking hands, and finally the crumpled note clutched between my fingers. Without a word, he stepped aside, and I entered. The inside of the station smelled of dust and old wood. A desk sat against one wall, papers scattered across it, and a radio crackled faintly with static. The ranger closed the door behind me, bolted it, and only then did he speak. His voice was low, steady. "You stayed past midnight." I swallowed hard, my throat dry. Did you write these?" I held out the notes, my hand trembling. He glanced at them but didn't take them. Instead, he moved to the desk and sank into the chair. "Not me," he said after a pause. "But I know who did. He's gone now. Left years back. Or maybe not. Hard to say. With that place." I sat heavily on a wooden chair opposite him, my body aching. "What are they?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "Those things. In the trees." The ranger's eyes flicked to the window, then back to me. "Doesn't matter what you call them. Spirits. Shadows. Echoes. They've been here longer than the forest, longer than the trails. All I know is they don't like to be seen. Don't like to be known. That's why the note said not to stay past midnight. Once you stay, once you see them." He trailed off, rubbing a hand over his lined face. "They don't let go easy." A chill settled deep into my bones. "So what do I do? How do I stop them?" He shook his head slowly. "You don't. You keep moving. You keep daylight between you and them. Never look back." The words echoed the second note, and dread rooted deeper. I wanted to believe he was exaggerating, that there was some rational explanation, but the memory of those blurred faces, those endless footprints, was carved too sharply into me. I stayed in the ranger station, only long enough to catch my breath. The ranger gave me water, a granola bar, and directions to the nearest road. A long hike but manageable before nightfall if I moved quickly. He did not offer to accompany me, and I did not ask. Something in his expression told me he had seen too much already, that the shadows outside were as much his prison as mine. When I stepped back into the clearing, the sun was already dipping toward the ridges. My chest tightened with urgency. I followed his directions, keeping my eyes fixed on the trail ahead. Every step was agony, my muscles screaming, but fear kept me upright, moving. The forest seemed thicker than before, the trees crowding closer, their branches reaching like arms. I kept my gaze down, refusing to glance behind. Hours passed. My watch read 6, then 7. Shadows stretched long across the trail. I whispered to myself, nonsense words again. The rhythm of speech the only thing keeping panic at bay. At one point, as dusk deepened, I heard footsteps behind me. Slow, steady, mirroring mine. My blood went cold. I needed, to turn to see. But the ranger's words echoed in my mind. Never look back. My body trembled with the effort, but I forced myself forward, staring only at the ground beneath my boots, at the path that wound endlessly ahead. The footsteps grew closer. I could feel the weight of them, could sense a presence just behind my shoulder. My vision blurred with terror. The trail opened then, spilling into another small clearing, and at its edge stood a wooden signpost half rotted with age. A slip of paper was pinned to it with a rusted nail. I hesitated, every instinct warring inside me. To stop was dangerous, but to ignore it felt worse. With trembling fingers, I snatched the note and read. The handwriting was familiar now, etched into my memory. The road is near. Don't answer if they call your name. I stuffed it into my pocket and pushed on, heart hammering. Behind me, the footsteps quickened. Then, for the first time, I heard a voice. Logan. It was my name, spoken softly, almost kindly. My chest seized. The voice was not one I recognized. It was too flat, too hollow, but it wrapped around my name with a strange intimacy. Logan. It called again, closer now. I clenched my fists and kept moving, tears stinging my eyes. The urge to respond was overwhelming, as though every fiber of me was pulled toward the sound. My mouth opened despite myself, and I bit down hard on my tongue until I tasted blood. Pain anchored me. I stumbled onward. The trail dipped then, sloping downward. Through the thinning trees, I saw it, the glint of metal, the pale gray ribbon of road. Relief surged so strong I nearly collapsed. I broke into a run, branches clawing at my arms, roots threatening to trip me. The footsteps thundered behind me, the voice calling again and again, each time sharper, more urgent. I burst from the tree line onto the shoulder of the road, just as the last light drained from the sky. I collapsed to my knees on the gravel, sobbing with exhaustion and relief. Behind me, the forest loomed dark and endless. The voices stopped. The footsteps ceased. Only silence followed, thick and watchful. A car passed not long after, its headlights washing over me. The driver pulled over, concerned, and I stammered some excuse about being lost on the trail. They drove me to town, and from there I found my way back to safety. But even now, years later, I know I did not escape. At night, when the world grows quiet, I sometimes hear it. The soft crunch of footsteps just beyond my door. The faint whisper of my name in the dark. I have moved towns, changed jobs, tried to bury the memory beneath the weight of daily life. None of it matters. The ranger was right. Once you see them, they don't let go easy. And though I tell myself I will never return to that forest, never set foot on those trails again, I sometimes wake with the thought burning in my mind. The words from the first note echoing like a curse. Do not stay past midnight, because if you do, you carry midnight with you. Always. My name is Sarah Lowell. I am 32 years of age, and I work as a field surveyor for a small environmental consultancy in Colorado. Much of my time is spent traveling into remote stretches of forest to monitor erosion, map drainage lines, and take soil samples for reports that very few people, outside of government agencies, ever read. I often tell friends that it is a lonely kind of work, but I have grown accustomed to the solitude. Over the years, the silence of pine groves and the hiss of wind through ravines have become the background music of my life. It is not the kind of profession where you expect adventure or terror. Yet sometimes the wilderness reminds you how little control you actually have. The day it began was unremarkable. I was contracted to check a section of trail that had been washed out the previous spring. My assignment was straightforward: hike in, measure the extent of erosion, and flag the site for potential remediation. I carried a backpack with water, a notebook, my GPS unit, and a small camp stove, in case I decided to spend the night instead of hiking the whole distance back. I left the trailhead in late morning beneath a sky so pale blue it looked almost bleached. There was nothing ominous about the air. I was tired, though had been for weeks, and I figured solitude would steady me. The forest was familiar. I had walked parts of this trail before, though never so deep. About 4 miles in, I noticed the markers began to thin out, and sections of the ground had slumped into narrow gullies. The erosion was worse than expected, but not beyond reason. I stopped often, kneeling with my tape measure, recording data in my logbook, listening to the silence settle in between bird calls. By the time I reached the midpoint of my intended survey, shadows had already lengthened. The trail was quiet enough that I heard my boots scuff against gravel like sharp, loud notes. I should have turned back then. Instead, curiosity tugged me further off the path. I saw where a line of broken branches leaned into the undergrowth, as if something heavy had pushed through recently. Deer, I thought. maybe elk. The forest floor there was oddly clean, though no prints, no scat, no sign of browsing. Just an unnatural neatness. A corridor carved into the ferns. My work often requires me to trust intuition, and my intuition said that whatever had moved through, there was worth paying attention to. I stepped off the main trail, telling myself it would only be a short detour. It was around the bend of a slope, with the sun lowering behind ridges, that I saw it. A tent, far from any campsite, sat in the middle of a clearing. Its nylon walls bulged slightly, the way a tent does when something is inside. But what arrested me was the light. From within glowed a steady red, as though the entire interior had been filled with a single burning bulb. The color reminded me of brake lights seen in fog. Muted, suffused, strangely liquid. My first thought was that someone had brought a lantern. But no lantern I knew could throw light that saturated. I froze at the edge of the clearing, half hidden by brush. My mind ticked through explanations: hunters, squatters, some eccentric camper. But the trail was closed for maintenance, and had been for weeks. No one was supposed to be this deep, and more unsettling still, the dirt around the tent was smooth. No tracks, no footprints, not even the drag of gear being carried in. The ground was damp enough to record the imprint of a deer's hoof, yet nothing marked a path toward that tent. I waited, heart beating too hard for my own calm reasoning. 10 minutes passed. The glow never flickered, never dimmed, never strengthened. It just stayed there, pulsing faintly like the inside of a living thing. I told myself not to be ridiculous, but my body didn't believe me. Every nerve strained with the sense of being watched. When I finally moved closer, I did so with the hesitation of someone approaching an electric fence. I told myself I was only going to confirm whether it was occupied, perhaps snap a photo for evidence of unauthorized use of the trail. Work logic, professional justification. But that was a lie I fed myself, because part of me simply couldn't resist knowing. The clearing's air was still. Not even a bird call punctuated it, as though the forest itself was holding breath. I circled halfway around the tent, careful not to snap twigs, crouching low. The glow bled out from seams in the nylon, making the material look almost translucent. I could make out no clear shapes inside, only a diffuse suggestion of movement. Shadows shifting too slow to be natural, as though whatever was inside swayed with the patience of a pendulum. My stomach lurched. I tried to tell myself it was heat shimmer, that the nylon was playing tricks, but I have camped enough to know when shadows don't belong. The rational half of me screamed to leave, to back away and report the finding later. Yet another part, the stubborn and curious part, wanted to reach out, to pull the zipper, to see what lived inside. I didn't, not then. Instead, I took 3 slow steps back, preparing to turn and retreat into the trees. That was when the glow changed. It flared just slightly, as if acknowledging my movement. The shadows inside quickened, swirling, no longer pendulous but restless. A hum reached my ears, low and resonant, more vibration than sound. It prickled my skin as though the air itself vibrated against bone. Every instinct in me rebelled. I stumbled backward, catching myself on a branch, staring at the tent in horrified fascination. Then came the whisper. My name, Sarah. It was faint, drawn out, as though whispered by several mouths at once, each voice just out of sync. My spine locked rigid. The tent's red glow shuddered, then steadied, and silence fell heavier than before. I couldn't move. My legs refused. Every survival impulse in me warred with disbelief. Because how could it know me? I forced myself to break free, to turn sharply and run the way I had come. Branches whipped against my arms. Undergrowth tore at my pants. And still I ran, every second expecting that glow to bloom again behind me, spilling red between trunks. I didn't stop until the forest blurred, and the trail reappeared beneath my boots, familiar and blessedly empty. Only then did I collapse against a tree, chest heaving, throat raw with shallow breaths. I told myself I would not go back, that I would leave the site unrecorded, pretend the tent never existed. But even as I thought it, I knew it was a promise I would break. Something in me, whether fear or obsession, had already tethered itself to that impossible glow. And that night, when I lay awake in my motel room, I swore I saw a red flicker bleed across the curtains, though the street outside was dark. I did not sleep. The glow across the motel curtains had faded after a few seconds, leaving me staring into the grainy ceiling until dawn began to gray the edges of the room. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that tent, the red light pressing through nylon like blood seen through skin. My rational mind tried to hammer together explanations. Faulty memory, exhaustion, imagination, but none held. The whisper of my name, the synchronized wrongness of those voices, could not be dismissed as fatigue. By morning, I was sick with dread, and yet heavier still with curiosity. I packed my gear without thinking, as if muscle memory were guiding me back to work. My contract required documentation of the washed-out trail, and technically I had not finished my assignment. That was the excuse I repeated to myself. What I really wanted was confirmation. It is one thing to flee in terror. It is another to accept that fear has the final word. Something about that tense existence demanded I prove I was not losing my mind. Before leaving town, I bought fresh batteries for my GPS unit and headlamp. I also purchased a disposable camera from the rack of a gas station. The clerk gave me a look I couldn't read. Maybe suspicion, maybe indifference. But it lingered enough to unsettle me further. As I drove back toward the trailhead, clouds gathered low, bruised purple with the threat of rain. The forest felt different the second time. My boots sank deeper into the soil. The air smelled metallic, as though lightning pressed at the edges of the storm. I walked faster than usual, almost urgently, pushing through thickets with a carelessness I normally avoid. Branches snapped underfoot, but I told myself the noise would keep away animals. It was a lie. I knew exactly what I hoped the sound would drown out. When I reached the eroded section, I forced myself to stop, kneel, and take proper notes. The motion steadied me, but only a little. Each measurement felt like prelude, stalling for the inevitable. I could sense where the broken corridor through the brush began, and when I finally looked up, I saw the same unnatural neatness waiting for me. This time I didn't linger at the threshold. I pushed through quickly, ignoring how the undergrowth closed behind me as though sealing me in. The clearing appeared just as before. The tent sat upright, walls smooth, seams taut. But in daylight there was no glow. The nylon looked ordinary, green and tan, weathered but intact. No hum, no shadows. I almost laughed. Relief surged through me so fast it bordered on giddiness. Of course it had been a trick of failing light and nerves. Of course there was nothing unusual about an abandoned tent. I told myself I had let fear spiral into absurdity, and yet as I stepped closer, that relief curdled. There were still no footprints, no paths leading in or out. The soil at the tent's base was undisturbed. Even the brush that should have been bent from a person passing through looked untouched. I crouched, running fingers through damp earth. Not a single depression. It was as if the tent had been placed there from above. I pulled out the disposable camera, snapping 3 quick photos. The sound of the shutter comforted me. Evidence, I thought. Something concrete to prove the experience wasn't entirely imagined. When I leaned closer to inspect the zipper flap, my breath caught. The fabric was warm, not sun-warmed. There had been no direct light through the storm clouds. This warmth radiated steady, almost like body heat. I pressed my palm against it longer than I should have, trying to deny what I felt. The nylon seemed to pulse faintly against my hand. I snatched it back, trembling. That was when the first drop of rain hit. A smear of water streaked the tent wall, but instead of sliding off, the droplet clung, glowing faint red before vanishing into the fabric. I blinked hard, leaned closer, and another drop fell. Again, the faint red shimmer. Again, disappearance. My heart hammered. I backed away slowly, eyes locked on the tent. The storm broke open. Rain falling in earnest, pattering against leaves, splattering against my jacket. Yet none of it sounded against the nylon. No drumbeat of water. No darkening of fabric. It remained dry, untouched, though I watched rain fall directly upon it. Then came the shift. The tent bulged inward from within, as though someone pressed against the walls, testing the boundaries. The zipper quivered. My camera nearly slipped from my grip, but I managed to raise it, snapping another photo. The flash seemed absurdly small against the storm's dimness, but in that moment the bulge froze, retreating back into stillness. I was drenched now, hair plastered, vision blurred. Every instinct told me to run, yet my feet rooted to the mud. I felt, more than heard, a vibration swell through the ground. My name again. Sarah. Not whispered this time, but spoken with a guttural resonance that came from nowhere and everywhere. The tent's seams glowed faint red again, bleeding outward until the whole structure pulsed like a heartbeat. My chest tightened. Rain slid down my face, but my mouth was dry as dust. I don't remember deciding to move. Only the desperate burst of muscles, propelling me back through the corridor, branches lashing at my shoulders. I didn't stop until the trail widened again beneath me. By then the rain had softened to drizzle. The forest looked normal, unremarkable, as though nothing had ever been wrong. But I wasn't alone. I heard the crunch of footsteps behind me, slow, deliberate, perfectly matching my pace whenever I paused. I spun around, heart in my throat. The trail was empty. Mud lay smooth, no prints visible. But the sound returned the moment I turned forward again. Step for step, always a few paces behind. I broke into a run, refusing to look back, lungs burning with each gulp of wet air. When at last the trailhead appeared, the sound stopped. Silence pressed, so sudden it made my ears ring. My car sat where I had left it, lonely and drenched in rain. I fumbled keys, shoved myself inside, locked the doors with shaking hands. As I drove back toward town, I forced myself not to glance in the rearview mirror. Some primal fear told me that if I looked, I might see that red glow seeping up the road behind me. By the time I reached the motel, night had already folded itself across the horizon. My clothes were still damp, my notebook smeared, but my only focus was the camera. I closed the curtains tight, switched on the harsh yellow lamp, and began to wind through the exposures with clumsy fingers. The first shots showed trees, erosion gullies, harmless sections of trail. then the clearing. The tent appeared in each frame, but in none of them was it empty. Shapes moved behind the nylon, blurred and indistinct, but visible. Long limbs pressed against walls, faces stretched as though trying to break through, mouths open wide. And in every single photo, faint threads of red light bled across the edges, even though I had taken them in daylight. The final photo nearly made me drop the camera. It was the shot where the bulge had pressed outward, the one I had taken in panic. The image showed not just a bulge, but a hand. Pale, impossibly thin, fingers too many, each bent wrong. It reached for the zipper, as though pausing mid-motion. I sat there, trembling in the motel's silence, photos scattered across the bedspread. Outside, thunder rolled far off, but beneath it, I thought I heard the soft drag of footsteps on pavement. I did not turn off the light. The lamp hummed faintly on the nightstand, its glow washing the room in sickly yellow, but I clung to it like a lifeline. The photos lay spread across the bedspread, each one a wound I could not close. Every time my eyes met the last image, the pale hand, the too many fingers bent in angles that no bone should allow, I felt the skin along my arms tighten with dread. Sleep would not come. I doubted it ever would again. Sometime after midnight, a noise stirred outside my window. A shuffle, the unmistakable drag of feet against gravel. I held my breath. The motel was mostly empty. 2 other cars in the lot when I had parked, both spaces dark now. I told myself it could be wind. Branches knocked loose, anything mundane. But then came the rhythm. Step pause. Step pause. The same cadence I had heard on the trail behind me. The curtain was drawn, but faint red seeped through the edges. My stomach dropped. I dared a glance. Through the thin gap where fabric didn't quite meet, I saw it, an ambient glow staining the lot, as though someone had lit a flare. The light bled against the hood of my car, and in its reflection, for the briefest instant, I saw the outline of a tent, standing where no tent should stand. I stumbled back from the window, pulse screaming in my ears. My body wanted to run, but where? Into the night, into the forest again. My hand fumbled for the room's phone, the old plastic receiver slick with my sweat. I dialed the front desk. No answer. Only static, hissing like the forest when all birds fall silent. The glow brightened. A hum threaded through the walls, low and resonant, until even the lamp flickered. My name followed. Drawn out, the syllables warped and layered, dozens of voices speaking in dissonant harmony. Sarah. I grabbed my bag. My hands moved without direction, shoving notebook, camera, and wallet inside. I did not bother with the stove, the measuring tape, the things that tied me to reason. My only thought was escape. I slipped out the door into the hall, shoes squeaking against warped carpet. The hum swelled louder the farther I moved, as though following me from room to room. I pushed through the lobby. It was empty. The clerk's chair sat vacant behind the counter. A half-finished cup of coffee, steaming faintly as though abandoned only moments before. I did not stop. Outside, the air smelled of rain and something acrid, metallic. The red glow pulsed in the parking lot, but when I looked for its source, my vision faltered. The light didn't radiate from a single object. It spilled from everywhere, and nowhere, filling the air itself. I forced myself into the driver's seat of my car, slamming the locks down, starting the engine with trembling hands. The headlights carved white beams through the glow, weak and feeble. For a moment I thought the car wouldn't move, that something unseen pressed against it. Then, with a shudder, The wheels gripped and I shot forward onto the road. The town blurred past me. Empty streets, shuttered stores, street lamps buzzing with dying light. Every reflective surface I passed, windows puddles. The glint of road signs showed not my car, but the outline of that tent, glowing red as though waiting around every corner. I pressed harder on the gas. By the time I reached the highway, the glow had dimmed behind me. Blackness stretched ahead, comfortless but real. My breaths came ragged, my knuckles white against the wheel. I told myself I would not stop until sunrise. That distance alone could keep me safe. Yet hours later, when I pulled into a rest stop, the first thing I saw in the rearview mirror was red light seeping at the edges. I slept not at all that night. I sat in the driver's seat, head tilted back, eyes darting to every shadow that touched the edge of the lot. No one came. No sound but wind through the vending machines, no glow save the faint wash of sodium lamps. But still, I knew. Distance did not matter. The tent was not tied to the forest. It was tied to me. The following days blurred. I returned to my apartment, but the safety of walls meant nothing. The glow followed, sometimes faint, a flicker across glass or television screens, sometimes stronger, washing the ceiling with pulses that mimicked a heartbeat. The whispers came nightly, my name dragged through dissonant mouths. When I closed my eyes, I saw the tent's nylon walls bulging, the zipper trembling as though about to part. I tried to destroy the photos. I lit a match, fed the prints one by one into a metal tray. But instead of curling to ash, they glowed red, the shapes inside shifting as though alive. I smothered them under water, but when I lifted the soggy remains, the images remained intact. Worse, the final photograph had changed. The hand was no longer paused at the zipper. It was halfway through, fingers emerging into the frame, slick and glistening as though freshly birthed. I stopped sleeping. My body ached with exhaustion, my thoughts frayed. I considered hospitals, priests, police. But what evidence could I give? A story about a glowing tent, photos that refused to burn, even if they believed me. What could they do? It was 3 nights ago when I realized what it wanted. I had been sitting on the floor of my living room, back against the couch, when the hum began again, stronger than ever. The walls quivered. My vision blurred with red. And then the voice. No longer my name, but words clear and resonant. Come inside. The zipper sound followed, long and deliberate, as though unseen teeth were opening in the fabric of my apartment. I turned, and for the briefest instant, I saw it, the tent standing in my living room, glow suffusing every surface. Shadows wreathed inside, shapes bending and reaching, waiting. I ran then, not out of the apartment but into the bathroom. Slamming the door, crouching with my head pressed against my knees like a child. The glow seeped through the cracks, but the door held. After hours, maybe dawn, it faded. Since then, I have not left. Curtains stay drawn. Lights burn day and night, but the glow still creeps at the edges. I know it will not stop. The tent is patient. It followed me from the forest, from the motel across miles of road. It waits at the threshold of every place I try to make safe. I don't know how much longer I can resist. I don't know what happens if I do as it asks, if I finally step inside. But each night the whisper grows louder, more insistent. My name, and then the words again. Come inside. And when the zipper begins to part, when the glow floods my walls and the shadows press closer, I feel the exhaustion pulling me forward. A single step, that is all it would take. Just one. If you are reading this, And if you ever find yourself far from the trail, and you see a tent glowing red with no footprints leading to it, turn back. Do not listen. Do not answer. Do not let curiosity tether you the way it has tethered me. Because once it knows your name, it will follow. And once you hear it speak those words, you will never be free. My name is Paul Carter, and though I have lived a life without much flair or recognition, I have always carried within me a restless streak. I am 43 years old, divorced for the last 5, with a steady but unremarkable job as a land surveyor in northern Michigan. If you knew me in passing, you would likely think of me as dependable, perhaps a little withdrawn, but not the sort to seek adventure. Yet for all my mild exterior, I have long nursed the habit of wandering into forgotten corners of the woods, those neglected trails and abandoned campgrounds that most people pass without notice. It is not glory I seek, only the strange satisfaction of finding what time and weather have hidden. That habit has given me old bottles from collapsed homesteads, rusting license plates nailed to pine trunks, arrowheads pried from the mud, and once, a child's toy metal plane, pressed into the soil so long the paint was gone. But it has also led me into places where silence feels like warning, and where the air carries the memory of sorrow. The story I am about to tell belongs to that latter category, and I would give anything to erase it from my memory. It began late last October, when the survey season was winding down. I had been checking property lines for a small timber company west of Grayling, and decided to camp overnight before driving home. I had a tent, a sleeping bag, and enough food packed to get me by. I could have stayed at a maintained site, but I wanted something emptier, something that would feel like a retreat. That was how I came across the forgotten campground. There were no signs leading to it, no name posted at the roadside, just a narrow turnoff choked with weeds that curved into the forest. Out of idle curiosity, I slowed, reversed, and nosed my truck down it. The track was soft with years of leaf litter, my tires crunching twigs that had fallen and never been cleared. About a quarter mile in, the trees opened to a wide clearing ringed with old fire pits, each one crumbling with moss-covered stones. Picnic tables sagged under the weight of rot. The campground must have been abandoned for decades, yet the shape of it remained, a circle of spots where families had once cooked, laughed, and slept beneath canvas roofs. I parked by what had once been a central post with a notice board. The wood was split and gray, the remnants of laminated paper still stapled to it, unreadable after sun and rain had bleached them. Behind the post, tucked to the far side of the clearing, was a squat structure of weather, beaten planks with a pitched roof sagging in the middle. Even from a distance I knew it for what it was, the outhouse, the latrine. I do not imagine meeple feel affection for outhouses, but something about that particular shack unsettled me instantly. Perhaps it was the way it seemed to lean toward the clearing, as if listening. Perhaps it was only that the roof dipped so heavily, threatening collapse. Yet I noticed my eyes kept sliding back to it, even as I chose a campsite and unloaded gear. By the time I pitched my tent, dusk had begun pooling between the trees. The autumn air bit sharp, and the forest was quiet. No distant traffic, no chainsaws, only the occasional caw of a crow winging west. I ate a simple dinner of jerky and bread and, restless, took a slow walk about the campground. I passed the ruined tables, the forgotten fire rings, the stone remnants of a water spigot long gone, and inevitably, I drifted back to the outhouse. Up close, its wood was darker, softened with mildew. The door hanging crooked on one rusted hinge. A length of chain drooped across it, as though someone had once tried to keep it closed. I told myself it was foolish, but I wanted to look inside, to know what time had done to the place. So I grasped the door, pushed aside the chain, and pulled. The wood scraped loud against the earth. The smell that drifted out was not the common stink of waste. That would have long since sunk into soil. Instead, it was a dry, sour odor, like ashes left damp and reburned. I held my breath and peered in. The pit yawned below, a rectangle of darkness cut into earth. The seat was still in place, the rim cracked and splintered. I saw nothing else. No trash, no rodent scurrying. I was about to close the door when it began. From the hollow beneath me, from the unseen depths of that pit, came a scream. It was not muffled, not faint like some trick of echo. It burst upward, raw and human, ricocheting off the boards so that the sound seemed to claw at my ears. A single voice, male or female I could not tell, rose in a shriek of pure agony, stretching long and high until it rattled my chest. Then, just as suddenly, it cut off. I jerked backward, striking my shoulder on the doorframe. My first wild thought was that someone had fallen in, that the structure hit a cavern or shaft where a person had been trapped. I staggered forward, clutching the edge, straining to see movement in the pit. Nothing stirred. My lantern beam, trembling in my hands, showed only earth walls falling into black. The silence after the scream was unbearable. I called out, "Hello, can you hear me?" But no answer rose. I called again louder, my voice cracking. Only the forest replied, a gust stirring the canopy. I wanted to believe it had been some trick of acoustics, that a distant cry had echoed into the hollow. But even as I thought it, I knew the sound had risen from directly below. I slammed the door shut, the chain clinking back into place, and stepped away. My skin crawled as if invisible fingers had brushed it. Back at my tent, I sat in the growing dark, trying to reason through it. If there had been a person, surely they would cry again, plead for help. Perhaps it was an animal, a fox or bobcat. Their cries could mimic human tones, I knew. Yet even recalling it, I felt sick with certainty that was no animal's voice. The night that followed was one of the longest I can remember. The fire I built gave little comfort, for I kept glancing toward the shadow of the outhouse. I swore more than once that I heard faint cries drift from it, softer now, as though beneath layers of soil. Each time I rose, lantern in hand, but dared not approach. When I finally did, it was shallow, restless sleep. In one dream, I stood on the rim of the pit and looked down, only to see pale faces stacked against the walls, mouths wide in eternal scream. In another, the outhouse door creaked open by itself, and something climbed out, not by ladder but by the dirt, pulling itself hand over hand, eyes glinting. I woke before dawn, sweat chilled on my skin, and packed my gear with fumbling haste. I wanted only to leave, to drive until the trees gave way to town lights. Yet as I moved toward the truck, a compulsion stopped me. My eyes dragged back to the shack once more. The gray light of early morning slanted across it, touching the warped planks, the chain slack at the door. I cannot explain why I returned. Some mix of dread and duty, perhaps. If there had been someone truly down there, could I forgive myself for leaving? I crossed the clearing slowly, each step heavy. When I reached the door, I placed my hand against it. The wood was colder than the air, clammy. This time, I did not pull it wide, only cracked it enough to look. The pit was still black, the smell sharper in the morning chill. For a long moment, nothing happened. I nearly laughed at my fear. And then, faint and unmistakable, a whisper coiled upward from the dark. It was not a scream now, but words, fragmented, stretched by distance. I could not catch them all. Down here, can't breathe, help. But I knew without doubt it was a voice, desperate, pleading. My stomach lurched. I dropped the door, closed, and stumbled back. My breath came ragged, and with shaking hands, I fumbled my keys from my pocket. In another minute I was behind the wheel of my truck, tires skidding across leaves as I fled the clearing. Even as I drove, the sound clung to me, that last whisper, those half-formed words. They echoed in my ears long after the road rejoined the highway, as though the voice had lodged itself in the hollow of my skull. That was the beginning. I should have never looked inside, never listened. For what followed in the days after married, that some things buried should remain untouched. When I left the campground that morning, I thought distance would dull the sound in my head. Yet even as the miles stretched behind me, the whisper clung. By the time I reached Grayling and pulled into a diner for breakfast, I was shaking hard enough that the waitress asked if I needed water before coffee. I nodded, grateful for the excuse not to speak. I sat in the booth, hands wrapped tight around a chipped mug, trying to collect myself. The rational part of my mind worked frantically to explain. Maybe the scream had been memory echo, my imagination collapsing on itself after years of feeding on ghost stories. Maybe the whisper had been the wind threading through boards, twisting into words. But my body did not believe those explanations. My body remembered standing at that crooked door, remembered how the sound pressed against my skin, as if it had weight. I told myself I would never go back. Better to leave that forgotten place to rot. Yet unease stalked me even in daylight. What if it had been someone? What if beneath the outhouse lay some old shaft, a cistern, and someone had indeed fallen? No ranger patrolled that area anymore. If I walked away, perhaps I walked away from a life I might have saved. That thought gnawed at me. For 3 days I tried to bury it in routine. I returned to my survey work, drew neat lines across maps, and checked boundary stakes with mechanical focus. But at night, as I lay in my rented apartment, the screams returned. Not faint now, but sharp in memory, as if replaying themselves with greater clarity. Twice I woke certain I had heard the whisper again, rising from the floorboards. On the 4th day, I gave up pretending. I packed a lantern, extra batteries, rope, and a crowbar into the truck. Before dawn, I drove back toward that overgrown turnoff. The forest looked different this time. The leaves had turned deeper, the edges crisp, and fog curled low across the ground. When the campground opened before me, I half expected to see my fire still smoldering, my tent still pitched. But the clearing was as empty as before, save for the same tables, the same forgotten pits. And of course, the outhouse, crouched at the far side like something waiting. I parked and stepped out, rope slung over my shoulder. My breath smoked in the air. The clearing was silent. No crows, no chipmunks. Nothing. I forced myself to approach. Each footstep over damp leaves seemed to echo too loud. When I reached the outhouse, I stopped. The chain still drooped across the door, unmoved. My hand trembled as I touched it, the cold metal biting. With a sharp motion, I pulled it free and opened the door. The smell rolled out at once, sour and acrid. I raised my lantern and aimed the beam into the pit. The light fell only a dozen feet before it drowned in shadow. The earth walls showed no ladder, no sign of support beams. It was simply a hole cut into darkness. "Hello," my voice cracked. "If you can hear me, I brought rope. Call out." For several heartbeats, nothing. Faint, but there. The voice rose. "Down here." It was a rasp now, broken, the syllables dragging. "Please a help." My knees weakened. I braced myself against the frame, straining to pierce the black. The voice was unmistakably human. Too faint to place, but not illusion. "I'm going to lower this rope," I said, though my throat was dry. "Grab it if you can." I tied one end of the rope to the doorpost, looped the other into the pit, and let it snake down. The line fell until it vanished. My lantern shook in my grip. For a moment, silence. Then a sound rose. Not the grasp of rope, but a low murmur, multiplied like dozens of voices beneath the soil. I froze. The rope jerked once, as though tugged, then slackened again. I nearly bolted then. Every instinct screamed at me to cut the line to flee. Yet I leaned forward despite myself, lantern beam chasing shadows. That was when I saw them. Eyes. Dozens of them, pale as milk, blooming open in the earth walls. Not round like animals, but human in shape. Lids peeling back where no faces should be. They blinked in unison, reflecting my light. And as they did, the murmurs rose into a chorus of screams. All layered, all clawing upward. I staggered back, yanking the rope up hand over hand. The end came slick with mud, no trace of grip. I slammed the door, rattling the chain into place. My breath tore from me in ragged bursts. I stumbled across the clearing, nearly tripping, until I collapsed against my truck. My hands shook too badly to fit the keys. Finally, I managed, twisting the ignition until the engine roared. Gravel spit behind me as I tore away from that place, trees blurring. I did not stop until I reached the outskirts of town. Even then, I pulled into a gas station lot and sat for long minutes, head against the wheel, trying to steady my pulse. I should have left it behind, yet some cursed part of me could not. Because the eyes I had seen, those dozens, those hundreds, they had not looked hostile. They had looked pleading. That night, I drank whiskey until the bottle was light. I wanted to drown the memory, but each time I closed my eyes, the image returned the pit alive, with eyes, the chorus of screams. Around 2 a.m, I thought I heard scratching at my apartment door. When I gathered the courage to check, the hall was empty, but the smell of ash lingered. The next day, I did what I should have done earlier. I called the county office and asked if anyone remembered the campground. The clerk put me through to an older man named Dennis, who had worked in maintenance decades ago. "That site," he said, voice crackling with static. "We closed it down back in the 70s. Too many accidents." "What kind of accident?" I asked. "Heart pounding." He paused. "Kids mostly. Vanished in the woods. We never found remains. Then there was that sinkhole. Big one swallowed an outhouse. After that, the state just shut the whole area." My blood ran cold. "The outhouse, did anyone ever check?" He gave a dry laugh. "Son, when the ground caves in like that, you don't check. You fill it. Safer that way. Haven't thought of that place in years." I hung up trembling. The man had spoken casually, as if discussing potholes. But what I had seen was not dirt simply filled. Something had remained. The following nights blurred. I dreamed constantly of voices rising, of faces pressing against thin soil. Once, I woke to find my bedroom floor damp, as if water, or something darker, had seeped up through the cracks. By the sixth night, I knew running would not help. Whether madness or curse, it had tied itself to me, and there was only one way to know the truth. I returned again. It was late evening when I parked, the clearing dark beneath a rising moon. I brought with me more rope, a climbing harness, and gloves. I told myself I would not simply look this time. I would descend. If there were remains, I would know. If it was only madness, I would prove it to myself. The outhouse seemed to lean closer than before, its boards groaning in the wind. I unchained the door, set the lantern at my belt, and tied the rope tight around the frame. My hands trembled, but I forced myself to lower into the dark. The air grew colder as I descended. The smell thickened, acrid and dry, until it coated my tongue. My lantern beam traced earth walls slick with moisture. 10 feet, 15. The pit should not have been deeper, and yet it stretched on. At 20 feet, the walls changed. Faces bulged from the soil. Not full bodies, only the impressions. Cheeks pressed, mouths open in silent cry. Hands half, formed in the dirt. My rope swung as I froze, heart hammering. The eyes blinked open within those faces, hundreds at once, reflecting pale fire. The voices rose again, this time not screams but words. My name, Paul, whispered from every side. Paul, help us. I choked back a cry. The lantern shook violently. The rope burned in my gloves as I clutched it. I wanted to climb back up, to flee. Yet the faces strained toward me, mouths gaping wider, eyes glistening with desperate tears of mud. The soil shifted. Hands pushed through, clutching the rope below. Not tugging me down, but holding as if to climb. The weight pulled, dragging the rope taut. I screamed then, raw and wordless, and hauled myself upward with all strength. The faces shrieked in unison, a sound that rattled my bones. Dirt rained down as I climbed, the rope slick with grasping hands. Somehow, through terror and strain, I reached the rim, scrambling onto the clearing floor. Behind me, the screams rose higher, pressing through the outhouse boards, filling the forest. I slammed the door, looping the chain desperately, though I knew it would not matter. The sound shuddered in my chest, 100 voices crying my name, begging. I ran for the truck, half blind, and drove into the night. That was last week. The voices have not left me since. They follow through every hour, whispering when I wake, screaming when I close my eyes. Sometimes I think I hear them beneath the streets, rising through drains. Other times, in the hush of the office, I catch my coworkers staring at me as if they too can hear faint echoes. I know now that whatever lies beneath that outhouse is not finished with me. It called me there, and it will not let me go. Since that night, I have lived in a state of constant intrusion. The screams do not belong to memory alone. They have crossed some threshold, bleeding into the fabric of every place I inhabit. It began subtly. I would be brushing my teeth in the small mirror above the sink and hear a faint echo behind the gurgle of the drain. Not pipes, not air. Voices, pleading, Paul. Then, when I bent low, foam dripping from my mouth, silence. At the office, hunched over maps and property lines, I thought I heard colleagues whispering. When I raised my head, they sat quietly, tapping keyboards. The whisper continued anyway, slipping through the hum of fluorescent lights, the squeak of chairs. Help us. At night it is worse. The screams come with a fury, shaking my sleep, slamming me awake with heart galloping. I have begun leaving the TV on for noise, but even then, between words of commercials, Between laugh tracks, the cries thread through. Sometimes, as I drift near sleep, I feel the mattress sag beside me, as if unseen weight has climbed up from the pit and laid itself there. I have tried every rational step. Earplugs, music blasting through headphones, drink enough whiskey to sedate myself. Still, they come. My neighbors have knocked twice to ask why I was shouting so late. Both times I had been asleep, unaware my own throat had joined their chorus. I considered seeing a doctor. But what would I say? That an outhouse swallowed my sanity whole. That eyes in the dirt now whisper my name. At best I'd be given pills that dulled me, but left the voices intact. At worst I'd be confined, locked in white rooms where the screams would echo, against sterile walls without reprieve. So I returned to the only source. I told myself it was madness to go back, yet the compulsion was stronger than fear. I needed to know what it wanted, what they wanted. A week after my descent, I drove once more that forgotten clearing, every nerve blazing. The campground was hushed as ever, leaves brittle under a gray sky. No birds scared, no wind bent the trees. The outhouse crouched at its edge, patient. This time I brought not only rope and lantern, but also a small spade, a recorder, and a jug of gasoline. I told myself these were tools. One to dig if needed, one to prove I was not insane, and one final measure if I could bear no more. The chain trembled in my hands as I unhooked it. The door creaked open and the smell rushed out, sharper than before, coating my tongue like smoke. I lowered the recorder into the pit, red light blinking, then raised it back. For a moment there was only silence, then faint, rising. A layered cry, voices overlapping. I nearly dropped the device. Proof. I set it in my pocket and clipped the lantern to my harness. My gloved hands grasped the rope. Slowly, steadily, I lowered myself into the dark again. The earth walls pressed closer, damp against my shoulders. At 10 feet the air grew heavy. At 15 the first faces began to form, eyes glistening. At 20, they opened their mouths in unison. Paul. The sound rattled through me. I wanted to climb back, but my body kept descending. The soil quivered. And with horror I realized it was not walls at all, but flesh of some larger thing. A body spanning beneath the campground. Faces of those it had consumed pushing outward, begging release. One face twisted close, lips cracked with dirt. Help us, it rasped, wet breath chilling my ear. I jerked back, nearly losing grip. The rope groaned under my weight. What do you want from me? I cried, the words breaking. The chorus answered. Free us. The soil shifted violently, and below I glimpsed a deeper hollow, blacker than the rest. From it rose not faces but a shape, long, spindled, pale as ash, crawling upward. Its head was a blur of features, dozens of mouths screaming, dozens of eyes weeping. Hands sprouted and collapsed across its form, all reaching. Terror surged, but another part of me understood. This was the root of the voices, the core. The outhouse was only a doorway. I swung the spade from my belt, striking the earth wall. Clods of dirt fell, revealing more faces pressed within, all howling in pain. My stomach heaved. To dig was only to expose more suffering. To flee was to carry their cries forever. Gasoline. My shaking hand pulled the jug from my pack. I uncapped it, sloshing liquid across the soil. The faces shrieked, their pleas shifting to screams of terror. The spindled shape below clawed upward faster, mouths gnashing. I'm sorry, I whispered, and flung the jug downward. With fumbling speed I struck a match, flame flaring. For one heartbeat, the pit glowed with dozens of eyes reflecting light. all wide in betrayal. Then the fire roared, racing down the soaked soil. Screams burst into a single thunderous cry, shaking the rope, rattling the boards above. Heat licked my face as I scrambled upward. The rope seared my gloves, my boots slipping. Behind me, the pit became a furnace, the spindled form writhing in flame, mouths howling as one. I hauled myself over the rim and collapsed in the clearing, chest heaving. Smoke belched from the outhouse, carrying with it a chorus of screams that split the air. Flames shot through the crooked roof, sparks scattering into the trees. I staggered back, shielding my face. The structure groaned, then collapsed inward, consumed by its own fire. The ground trembled beneath me, the forest shaking as if the earth itself recoiled. And then, as sudden as it began, silence. Not hushed like before, but true silence. The air felt lighter, the pressure gone. The faces, the eyes, the voices, all had fallen quiet. I stood long after the last embers dimmed, waiting for the whisper to return. It did not. Only the ordinary night sounds rose again: crickets, the faint hoot of an owl, wind stirring branches. Life had returned to the forest. When I finally drove away, dawn was breaking, pale gold over the trees. For the first time in weeks, I felt tears sting, not from fear but release. That should have been the end. Yet even as I write this, I am not certain. 3 nights have passed since the fire. The screams are gone, yes. My sleep has been deep, dreamless, blessedly quiet. But yesterday morning, as I stepped into the shower, I noticed something. Beneath the tiles, faint but clear, the grout lines bulged, as if something pressed outward. When I leaned close, I thought I saw the shape of lips beneath the thin white surface. I blinked, and they were gone. Later, as I drove past a construction site, the roar of a backhoe tearing at the earth carried a sound just beneath the engine's growl. A scream, brief, smothered by dust. I cannot decide if I freed them or only scattered them wider. Fire does not erase matter, it transforms it. Perhaps the thing in the pit is ash now, spread through soil, drifting on air. Perhaps its voices ride the wind, waiting for new earth to cling to. The recorder sits on my desk. I have not played it yet. I am terrified of what I might hear, whether the voices still plead, or whether silence itself might now carry their echo. And I opened the outhouse door at a forgotten campground. I thought I heard screams echo from the pit below. Now I know the truth: some doors are not meant to be opened, and some cries for help carry a weight no living man can lift. If you ever stumble across a shack sagging at the edge of the trees, door chained but leaning as though listening, turn away. Whatever lies beneath has already claimed more than you can imagine. And if you do hear the voices, do not answer. Because once you do, they will never stop calling your name. My name is Lydia Clark. I was raised in a small town where the forests pressed in so close that their shadows felt stitched into the houses. I am 27 years old. And though I have spent much of my life hiking, camping, and teaching others to navigate the woods, I never thought the land itself would one day turn against me. I write this account not to invite disbelief, but because silence has begun to eat away at me in ways worse than memory. It began on a late autumn afternoon when the air was strangely heavy with warmth. The season should have been drawing close to frost, yet the sun pressed down like midsummer. I had taken a solo trip into the national forest, one of those small journeys meant to shake off the office haze and reclaim some clarity. My pack was light, my route familiar, And the plan was nothing dramatic one night. Alone at a backcountry site, then home. I had done this before more times than I could count. The woods had always been my second home, a place where silence felt like company rather than threat. The trail was empty. I met no hikers, no families, not even a ranger. That suited me. I craved the quiet of my own footsteps crunching leaves. The forest carried the smell of damp earth, sweet rot, and sun-warmed pine sap. As I walked, I let the rhythm of it soothe me. My thoughts slowed, my chest loosened, and I began to believe this trip would be nothing more than uneventful. But as the shadows lengthened, I noticed something odd. The air cooled in patches, sudden breaths of winter against my skin. They passed as quickly as they came, little rivers of cold weaving through the warmth. I paused once, frowning, and rubbed my arms. No storm clouds marked the sky. The sun was steady and fat with light. I convinced myself the breezes came off the ridges, funneled by geography I did not know. That explanation held until I reached the clearing. The site lay deeper than most, an old camping spot I had only used once before. It was quiet, a wide circle of ground surrounded by spruce and fir, their boughs heavy enough to muffle the wind. At the center sat a stone fire ring blackened by decades of use. And around that fire ring stood 3 folding chairs. I stopped, my pack digging into my shoulders. The chairs were cheap aluminum frames with nylon seats, the kind you might buy at a discount store. But they were wrong in a way I cannot fully capture. Their fabric sagged as if used many times, yet each bore a sheen of frost. Not dew, not the crystal glint of morning chill, but thick frost clinging to the arms and backs. The ground around them was warm, the air balmy. But those chairs were glazed white, glittering like they had been dragged out of a freezer. I felt the wrongness first in my stomach. My brain searched for logic. Perhaps pranksters had sprayed them with something chemical. Perhaps cold metal and shaded ground could cause condensation. But the clearing was lit with sun, and when I stepped closer, the heat on my face contrasted so sharply with the visible frost that the lie collapsed. I stood just outside the circle, staring. There were no footprints, no cooler, no tent, no signs of campers. Only those 3 chairs, arranged around the pit like occupants had stepped away moments before. Their positions were casual, angled slightly toward one another, as if mid-conversation, and each seat was empty, coated with that impossible ice. Something whispered in me to leave, to turn around, walk back down the trail, and sleep in my car if necessary. But pride is a dangerous companion. I told myself there was no real threat. So some hunters or locals had left chairs behind. So the frost was peculiar. It did not matter. I had walked too far to turn back over something as ridiculous as strange camping gear. I dropped my pack by the tree line and began to set up my tent. Even while I worked, my eyes strayed back to the fire ring. The chairs seemed to watch me. No matter the angle, their frost-coated frames held a presence. I avoided touching them. I did not even cross into their circle. My tent rose on the far side of the clearing, close to the trees, as though distance itself offered protection. As the evening deepened, unease returned. The air around my camp shifted strangely. When I stepped near the chairs, the temperature until my breath misted. But 5 steps away, the warmth returned. I forced myself to cook dinner, lighting my small stove, eating mechanically, convincing myself that a full stomach would steady me. It didn't. Darkness fell faster than I expected. The trees seemed to fold closer, their needles whispering. I should have lit a fire, but striking flame in that circle felt like intruding on something unspoken. Instead, I sat by my tent with my lantern, journal in hand, scribbling thoughts I did not mean to read later. I wrote about the trail, the strange breeze, the frost on the chairs. My handwriting grew erratic, and I found myself pausing to listen. That was when I heard it, the faint sound of fabric shifting. A soft creak, like someone adjusting their weight against canvas. I froze, my pen hovering. The sound came from the clearing. My lantern glow did not reach far, but I could see the outlines of the chairs. They had not moved, yet the sound repeated, a stretch and groan of nylon under unseen weight. I held my breath. The forest seemed to listen with me. Then another noise, a slow, deliberate tap, as though fingertips brushed against the metal frame. A second tap. A third. My skin crawled. I wanted to shine my light directly at them, but something stopped me. The instinct was primal. Do not reveal yourself. Do not invite notice. I sat rigid, heart pounding, until the sounds ceased. After a long time, I retreated into my tent, zipping it shut with shaking hands. Inside, the air grew stifling. I lay in my sleeping bag, every nerve awake. Hours stretched. The forest made its usual calls, an owl, a rustle of small creatures, but beneath it ran a new rhythm. I swear I heard whispers, not words, but the low murmur of conversation carried through frozen air. It rose and fell, 3 voices overlapping, in cadences too soft to understand. I pressed my palms to my ears, but still they reached me, vibrating through bone more than air. At one point, my tent shuddered. Just a faint ripple through the fabric, like a brush of cold wind. But when I unzipped the flap an inch, the trees stood still, and the clearing was motionless. Except, the frost had thickened. I could see the white crust even in moonlight, sparkling like tiny stars across the chairs. I told myself then that I would leave at dawn. Pack up and walk out, no breakfast, no hesitation. Whatever oddity clung to this place, it did not want me near. My body obeyed fear more than reason, and I barely slept. When gray light seeped into the clearing, I emerged with swollen eyes. The chairs were the first thing I checked. They sat exactly as before, untouched, yet more wrong than ever. Frost lay heavy across their backs, so thick it began to drip in tiny rivulets. But it was not melting into water. It was something denser, colder, falling in beads that steamed when they hit the soil. I gagged and turned away. I rushed through packing, shoving gear without care. My only thought was distance. I had nearly slung my pack when I realized one detail that made my blood stop. There were 4 chairs now. The new one sat directly across the pit from where I had slept. Its frame was the same aluminum, its nylon coated in thick frost. It faced the others perfectly, as if completing the circle, and it was angled toward me. I staggered backward when I saw it, my boot catching on a root and nearly sending me into the dirt. My pack slid from my shoulder, landing with a dull thud. I stared at that 4th chair, as though my eyes had betrayed me. But no, its frost, slick frame glinted in the morning light, undeniable and solid. 3 had become 4. The cold radiating from them struck me even from where I stood. It was sharper now, more insistent, as if the circle's gravity had expanded to include me. I told myself it was impossible, that I had simply miscounted the night before. But I knew better. I had studied those chairs with obsessive dread. They had been 3, exactly 3, all night long. This one was new. Its legs settled firmly into soil that should have been undisturbed. I forced myself to grab my pack, fumbling with the straps, My instincts screamed to run, but fear tangled my muscles. The forest felt changed, like the trees had shuffled closer in the night, knitting their branches overhead. The trail that should have led me out seemed distant, swallowed by shadow. Still, I turned toward it, ready to flee. And then, fabric creaked. The sound rooted me in place. Slowly, with the hesitation of prey sensing a predator, I looked back. One of the original chairs had shifted. Its angle was no longer casual. It faced me directly, its frost, coated back now aligned with my chest. My throat tightened. Nothing sat in it, yet the impression of presence was undeniable. The nylon sagged deeper, as if invisible weight pressed down. A breath escaped me, fogging in the sudden cold. I could not stay. Every nerve screamed at me to leave this clearing before something else materialized. I yanked my pack onto my shoulders, stumbling toward the trail. My boots crunched, louder than ever, each step an act of defiance. The air thickened, cold bands wrapping around my arms, my ribs, my legs. But I pushed on. The forest did not let me go easily. The trail I had walked so confidently the day before was suddenly unrecognizable. Trees loomed in unfamiliar positions. The ground dipped where it should have been level, and the markers I had passed, scarred birches, a fallen log, were nowhere. I checked my compass, but the needle spun sluggishly, tugged as if by unseen magnets. I tried to orient by the sun, only to find it dulled and smeared behind a haze that had not been there minutes before. Panic clawed at me. I forced my pace faster, willing my legs to ignore the ache. Somewhere behind, faintly, came the sound of more chairs creaking. Not one, not two, many I ran. I crashed through brush, branches raking my arms, sweat freezing instantly against my skin. When I stopped, gasping, I realized with horror that I had circled back. The clearing spread before me, patient and waiting. The chairs were no longer 4. There were 6. They stood in a perfect ring, equal distance apart, every seat turned inward. Their frost shimmered blue in the weak daylight. And this time, one of them was not empty. I swear I saw the outline of a figure. It was faint, like smoke condensed into human shape, seated upright, hands folded on unseen knees. No features, no detail, just the clear impression of something occupying space that had not existed before. My stomach lurched. I nearly vomited, bile rising, but the forest swallowed even that impulse. I staggered back, hands trembling, and in that instant the figure turned its head. It had no face, no eyes, yet I felt its focus pierce me. I did not know what to do. Every option was wrong. To run had already failed me. To stay felt suicidal, and yet my body froze, caught in that unearthly attention. My heart pounded in a rhythmic panic, a drumbeat I thought might give out. The whispering returned, stronger now. The low murmur of 3 voices I had heard in the night grew to 6, layered in strange cadences. They spoke over and through one another, a constant weaving of sound without clear language. I covered my ears, but it filled me anyway, vibrating my skull, worming into thought. One phrase separated itself. Just once, not in English, not in anything I knew, but my mind understood. Sit down. I collapsed to my knees. Not because I obeyed, but because my strength abandoned me. I dug my fingers into dirt, trying to anchor myself to the real. My breath came fast, white plumes tearing out of me. I told myself over and over that I would not sit in those chairs. That was the line. Whatever waited for me if I joined that circle, I would not grant it. The whispers swelled, pressing harder. The frost spread outward across the ground, creeping tendrils of white etching patterns in the soil. They snaked toward me, branching like veins. When they touched my boots, cold jolted up my legs, stabbing bone. I cried out and scrambled back, slipping, clawing until I reached the tree line. And then, just as sudden as it had risen, the pressure lifted. The voices hushed. The cold receded. When I dared to look again, the clearing lay silent. The chairs, still 6, remained frosted and terrible, but the figure had vanished. I did not trust the reprieve. I turned and ran again, forcing myself through underbrush until branches tore my clothes and my lungs burned. This time the forest seemed to relent. The trail reappeared where it should, the compass needle steadied, and the air warmed. Only when I was miles away did I stop. I should have kept going, straight to my car, never looked back. But exhaustion slowed me, and I convinced myself distance was enough. I made camp on a rocky slope far from that cursed clearing, telling myself the nightmare was contained there. I drank water, forced down a granola bar, and lay under the stars with no tent. Sleep never came. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt the weight of chairs waiting. I saw frost crawling, heard whispers seeping through silence. My body twitched awake at every rustle. Hours passed in cruel suspension. Just before dawn, I sat up, deciding once and for all to leave the forest entirely. My mind was ragged, but my will to live steadied. I gathered my gear and began down the slope toward the parking lot, rehearsing the steps of leaving behind this nightmare. That was when I saw it. A folding chair, alone, perched on the ridge just ahead. Its frost shimmered pale in the early light. My throat closed. I turned in the opposite direction, only to find another waiting among the trees. And another. The forest was seating them now. Wherever I turned, distant yet visible, the frames appeared half, hidden behind trunks, balanced on rocks, nestled in grass. Dozens, all coated in frost. None occupied, but all angled toward me. I screamed then, a raw, animal sound that ripped my throat. The chairs did not move, but my scream seemed to vanish too quickly, devoured by a silence too thick for the open woods. Desperation drove me downhill faster than thought. I leapt rocks, stumbled through gullies, tore open my palms on branches. The chairs multiplied in the periphery, each glimpse tightening terror. They did not need to chase me. They only needed to wait. When I finally broke out of the trees and staggered onto the gravel of the parking area, the world snapped back to normal. Warmth flooded me. Birdsong trilled. My car sat exactly as I had left it. For one blissful second, I believed I was free. Then I saw them. 3 folding chairs lined neatly behind my car, facing outward. Their frost glittered in the rising sun. I froze on the gravel. The 3 chairs sat as if they had been waiting all night. Backs straight, frames rigid. Their frost impossible in the golden heat of sunrise. They faced outward, not toward the forest, not toward one another, but toward the lot itself, as if guarding the boundary between wilderness and the ordinary world. I could not breathe. My keys dug into my palm. The thought of walking past them to reach the driver's door made my chest tighten with dread. I half expected one to creak, to shift, to reveal an unseen occupant rising to block me. But they remained still, crystalline, and quiet. I forced myself forward in a jagged motion, like pulling teeth from my own jaw. Gravel crunched under my boots as I approached. Every step carried the weight of a dare. I tried to focus on my car, on its promise of escape, but my eyes betrayed me, darting again and again to those frozen chairs. When I reached the door handle, the air shifted. Cold struck my back like a wave, so sudden I gasped. I turned. Too fast, too desperate, and saw vapor rising from the seats. The frost was melting in long, slow streams, dripping to the ground. But the liquid was not water. It was dark, almost black, pooling beneath their legs in sluggish circles. My hand fumbled the key, dropped it. Scrambled to retrieve it with trembling fingers. Metal scraped metal as I jammed it into the lock, wrenched the door open, and collapsed inside. I slammed it shut, chest heaving, then turned the ignition. The engine roared to life, louder than it had ever sounded, like salvation itself. For a moment, I believed I could escape. I shifted into reverse, wheels spitting gravel, the chairs shrinking in the mirror. Relief clawed at me, until I saw the reflection clearer. The seats were no longer empty. In each sat a figure, blurred as though made of mist, their heads bent in unnatural angles. My stomach dropped. I pressed the gas harder, the car fishtailing out of the lot and onto the dirt road. I did not look back again. The drive out was chaos. Branches scraped the sides, rocks jolted my tires, but I did not care. I needed pavement. Distance anything. The sun climbed, but warmth never returned. Frost rimed the edges of my windshield, even as sweat slicked my skin. When the ranger station appeared, relief nearly broke me. The squat building, empty lot, and flag fluttering gently. It looked ordinary, untouched by whatever haunted me. I skidded into the gravel, stumbling out before the car fully stopped. The door was unlocked. Inside, the air smelled of dust and coffee grounds. I called out, voice cracking, but no one answered. I found the radio behind the counter, ancient but functional, and tried to raise someone. Static filled the speaker, sharp enough to pierce my skull. Underneath it, faint but certain, came the sound of chairs creaking. I dropped the receiver as if burned. The static cut off, leaving silence heavy in the small room. My reflection in the window caught my eye, and I flinched, not because of my face, but because behind me, faintly, 3 chairs sat in neat formation. When I spun, the room was empty. Nothing but furniture and maps on the wall. My own breath thundered. I told myself I was hallucinating, breaking under fear. But the smell of frost lingered, sharp and chemical, and I knew I could not stay. I fled back to the car, too afraid to check the lot, too desperate to question. I drove. Gravel gave way to cracked asphalt, asphalt to highway. Civilization unfolded. Farmhouses, gas stations, billboards, but nothing eased me. My hands clenched the wheel until my knuckles bleached white. I made it home hours later, parking in my driveway like a fugitive. I left the car unlocked, bags inside, and staggered to my front door. My apartment greeted me with its stale familiarity, curtains half drawn, dishes waiting in the sink. For the first time since the forest, I let myself collapse, sobbing into my couch cushions. Sleep claimed me in fragments. Each time I drifted, I heard faint murmurs, fabric stretching, the press of cold. Each time I woke, sweat soaked me. I told myself the nightmare would dissolve with distance. But the next morning, when I opened my blinds, 3 folding chairs sat on the lawn. They were perfectly arranged, frost shimmering across their frames despite the city sun. My scream died before it left my throat. Neighbors passed on the sidewalk, oblivious. A man walked his dog, a child biked past. None looked at the lawn, none noticed the impossible. Only me. I slammed the blinds shut, heart hammering, and backed into the corner. The days since have blurred. The chairs follow. Sometimes 3, sometimes more. Always near, always waiting. At work. In parking lots, outside windows. They never appear while others are watching. Only when I am alone, only when my eyes meet theirs. I tried to photograph them. Once, phone shaking in my grip, but the screen showed nothing. Only grass, pavement, emptiness. The frost is for me alone. I considered telling someone. Friends, police, a doctor. But what would I say? That furniture stalks me. That whispers demand I sit. I hear them every night now, clearer with each repetition. Sit down. The command coils tighter around my mind, pulling. Insisting, I resist. I will always resist. But my strength wanes. Sleep is fractured, food turns to ash in my mouth, and my reflection grows gaunter each day. Sometimes in the corner of my vision, I swear I see my own chair waiting. One more space in the circle, carved in frost, reserved. Last night, something changed. I woke to find my bedroom colder than ice, my breath thick as fog. When I turned on the lamp, the light caught the outline of a chair at the foot of my bed. Its frost glittered softly. For the first time, I felt warmth emanating from it, inviting. Not threat, not warning. Welcome. I sat upright until dawn, refusing to move. When the sun rose, the chair was gone. But the carpet where it stood remained damp, as though water had melted there. Now, as I write this, the whispers grow louder, a chorus swelling. They tell me resistance is foolish, that all I need to do is sit, and the cold will stop. The exhaustion gnaws at me, until even that promise tempts. I don't know how long I can last. The chairs wait at every corner, patient, unyielding. Their circle will not remain incomplete forever. And when I am too tired to fight, when my body betrays me, I fear I will take my place among them. If anyone reads this, if you ever see 3 folding chairs circled around emptiness, do not approach. Do not linger. And above all, do not sit down. My name is Jeremy Pratt. I was born and raised in a small town on the edge of Wisconsin's Northwoods. A place where the forest presses, close against every backyard fence, and the scent of pine needles drifts in through your open windows at night. I grew up around stories. Hunters swapping tales at the gas station, old-timers warning about spirits that walked in the woods, fishermen talking about strange shapes surfacing where no boat ever should be. Most of those tales were just that, stories. I liked listening, but I never truly believed them. I was the kind of man who needed to see something with my own eyes before I gave it weight. That way of thinking held steady through my teenage years, into my 20s, and well past my 30th birthday. But belief has a way of sneaking up on you when you least expect it, and once it does, you can never quite return to the comfortable place you stood before. I should start by explaining that I have always been drawn to camping alone. People sometimes think it is reckless, but for me, it was the opposite. Alone, I could hear myself think. Alone, I could study the way the forest seemed to breathe. I worked as a surveyor for the county, so maps, trails, and terrain were familiar to me. The woods did not frighten me. They were something I trusted, until they showed me something I cannot explain. It was late September, the time of year when the nights first bite with frost, but the afternoons still glow with warmth. I had taken a long weekend, 3 days to myself, planning to camp along a section of Forest Service, land about 30 miles from town. I knew the area well. The clearing where I set up had once been a logging site, flat enough for a tent, but still surrounded by towering pines that seemed to close you off from the world. I pitched my tent in the center, careful with the stakes, and set a ring of stones for a fire that I would light when the sun dipped low. The first evening passed quietly. I cooked beans on the fire, drank from my canteen, and watched the stars push through the dusk. There was a comfort in the silence, only broken by the occasional rustle of small animals in the brush. I slept with ease, the sound of crickets filling the gaps between my breaths. Nothing felt unusual. If anything, it was perfect, better than the office walls and buzzing fluorescent lights that usually confined me. The second night was different. That was when I first noticed something was off. I had been walking a narrow deer trail about half a mile from my camp just before sunset. The trees there leaned in close, the kind of place where the shadows gather thick. That was when I felt it, that odd sense of being watched. Every outdoorsman knows it. Sometimes it is just your nerves, but sometimes it is not. I paused, listening. The woods were too quiet. No birds. No scurrying in the underbrush. Just the low hum of silence that presses into your ears until it aches. I shrugged it off, telling myself it was just the way light can make you uneasy when it slants low through the pines. Still, I walked back to camp with a quicker pace than usual. By the time the fire burned steady and night closed in, I had shaken it from my mind. I told myself I was tired, imagining things. I cooked a small meal and watched the sparks drift upward. Eventually, I turned in for the night. It must have been around 3 in the morning when I woke. At first, I thought it was just the call of nature dragging me from sleep. But there was something else. A heaviness in the air. The fabric of the tent felt closer somehow, as if the walls of nylon had shrunk inward while I slept. I lay still for a moment, holding my breath, waiting to catch some sound from outside. Nothing, just silence. I decided to step out, unzip the flap, and clear my head. That was when I saw it, when I pulled the zipper down. The teeth rasping in the quiet, I expected darkness. Maybe the faint glow of dying embers in the fire pit. But what spread across the clearing stole the breath from my lungs. A shadow stretched long and black over the grass, cast as if something huge blocked the moonlight. It was shaped like an animal, but not any animal I knew. Antlers branched wide above its head. Massive, sprawling, like the rack of a bull elk in the peak of its prime. The silhouette reached nearly from one side of the clearing to the other. But the clearing itself was empty. There was no elk. No deer. No moose. Nothing at all. Just that shadow, sharp and dark, thrown against the ground as if some invisible giant stood just out of sight. My mind scrambled for explanation. Maybe a trick of the trees. Maybe the moonlight angled strange. I turned in a slow circle, searching for whatever shape could possibly create that cast. But the trees stood still. Nothing moved. The fire was cold, and yet the shadow remained, steady as stone. I ducked back inside the tent, my heart pounding. I zipped the flap closed with shaking hands and pressed my palms against the fabric, telling myself I was exhausted, that my eyes had betrayed me. But no matter how I tried to reason it out, I could not shake the image of those antlers, stretching into the clearing, longer and sharper than any rack I had ever seen. I did not sleep the rest of that night. I sat up in my sleeping bag, knife clutched in hand, waiting for the first hint of daylight. When it came, relief poured through me. The clearing looked normal in the morning light. No shadows lingered. The ground bore no tracks. The fire pit stood as I had left it. It was as if nothing had happened. But something had. I knew it. I told myself I could pack up and leave. No one would fault me for it. But pride kept me anchored. I had camped in these woods for years, laughed at the ghost stories told around town, If I left, I would be admitting to myself that those stories might hold truth. I did not want to give them that. So I stayed. All through the next day, though, I carried that image in the back of my mind. I walked the trails, gathered kindling, even tried to fish at the creek. Yet every shadow seemed sharper. Every branch looked like it might twist into antlers if I stared long enough. My own thoughts betrayed me. I tried to breathe steady, to remind myself I was alone out there. But that was exactly the problem. Alone, there was no one else to confirm or deny what I had seen. Alone, I had no anchor but my own doubt. By late afternoon, I felt worn thin. I sat by the fire pit, turning small sticks in my hand, waiting for the sun to dip. I thought about calling it quits, but again my stubbornness held me. I lit the fire, watched the flames catch, and tried to convince myself I would sleep better. But sleep did not come. When I finally crawled into the tent and zipped it shut, my nerves felt raw. Every sound from the woods, the snap of a twig, the whisper of wind, made me flinch. Hours must have passed like that, drifting in and out of shallow rest, until once again, I woke with the sense that something pressed close around me. The silence outside was absolute. Even the crickets had gone. My hand hovered over the zipper, hesitant. I did not want to see it again, but I needed to know. I pulled the flap open. There it was. The antlered shadow stretched even longer this time, reaching past the fire pit, its rack of tines branching higher than before. It quivered as if some unseen head moved, tilting side to side, testing the air. My mouth went dry. I whispered to myself that it was impossible, but my own eyes betrayed me. Nothing in the clearing cast it. Nothing at all. That was when I heard it. A faint rustle, not from the trees, but from the ground. The shadow itself shifted, curling against the grass like liquid smoke. I yanked the flap shut and stumbled back into the tent, my chest heaving. For the first time in my life, I understood true fear, the kind that doesn't fade when the sun rises. Because I realized then, whatever it was not bound to the night. Shadows belong to light, and light belongs to day. But this thing had no body to anchor it. It could move whenever it pleased. And it was watching me. I tried to steady myself, gripping the knife tight, telling myself the night would pass, that the dawn would come and with it some sense of safety. But deep down, I already knew. This was not just a trick of moonlight. It was something else. Something I had no name for. And it was not finished with me. The morning after that second night felt hollow, like the clearing itself had drained me while I slept, or tried to sleep. My eyes burned, my hands trembled when I boiled water for coffee, and every sip tasted faintly of ash. The fire pit still smoldered, though I had no memory of adding wood to it, before retreating to the tent. I crouched there staring at the coals, wondering if the shadow itself had stoked it. That thought lodged deep, impossible to dislodge. I should have left then. Packed my tent, doused the embers, and walked back to the trailhead. Nothing was stopping me, but pride in something else, a stubborn curiosity, anchored me to the clearing. Part of me wanted to know what it was, to give it form. Hunters in town always spoke of the woods holding mysteries. Maybe I wanted my own story to tell. Or maybe the truth was darker. Maybe the shadow had already claimed my attention, tethering me the way a predator keeps its prey frozen. By midday, the unease had sharpened into restlessness. I walked the boundary of the clearing again and again, looking for tracks, markings, anything that would suggest an animal large enough to throw a shadow with antlers that size. Nothing. Not even a deer print. It was as if the forest had conspired to erase every trace of life around me. The only sign I found was a tree near the north edge of camp. Its bark bore deep gouges, long vertical slashes about shoulder height. They were too wide to be made by claws, too uneven for an axe. I set my palm against one, feeling the roughness. A cold shiver slid down my arm, as if the tree itself had carried something into me. I pulled my hand away fast. By the time the sun angled low, I was exhausted. I forced myself to eat, but each bite stuck in my throat. I could not shake the sense that twilight was when it would come again. The shadows grew long, stretching like dark fingers across the clearing. Every time I blinked, I thought I saw antlers among them. I built the fire higher than usual, stacking wood until the flames roared. If shadows needed light, I thought, then maybe I could flood the clearing with enough of it to drown the shape. That night, the fire did not help. Sometime past midnight, I felt the pressure again, that invisible weight pressing down on the tent, shrinking the air inside. My body ached with dread, but I forced myself to unzip the flap, slow and careful, as if the noise itself might provoke whatever lingered. The shadow stretched before me once more, but this time it did not wait. It moved. The antlered outlines slid across the clearing with unnatural smoothness, not cast upon the grass so much as flowing over it. The rack of tines bent and swayed though no breeze stirred. My heart hammered as I realized the source of the shadow was circling the fire, though nothing visible walked there. The flames did not waver. The logs did not crack, yet the dark shape drifted, silent as a tide. I gripped the knife until my knuckles whitened, watching as it turned its rack toward the tent. The antlers branched and branched again, each tine splitting into more until the tips seemed like hundreds of reaching fingers. The longer I stared, the more the lines wavered, curling like smoke, stretching toward me. I snapped the flap closed and pressed my forehead to my knees, rocking like a child. I do not know how long I stayed that way, listening to nothing, to silence so thick it pressed into my skull. At some point, I must have drifted, because I woke with dawn bleeding pale into the tent. The fire was ash. My knife lay loose beside me. I should have left. I know that now. But the moment I crawled out into the morning air, something stranger awaited me. In the center of the clearing, carved into the earth where no marks had been before, lay a perfect circle of blackened soil, as if the ground itself had burned during the night. I knelt, touched it with the back of my hand, and felt only cold dirt. No scent of char, no trace of flame, but the circle was real, and it was centered precisely where the fire pit stood. I staggered back, chest tight. Something had left its mark, not on me, not in my dreams, but in the clearing itself. The rest of that day was a blur. I walked to the creek, tried to fish, tried to distract myself, but my thoughts spun. Every path in my mind led back to the same truth: the shadow was not bound to illusion. It was claiming the ground, reshaping it. And I was next. That night, I didn't light a fire. I sat in the dark, convincing myself it would have nothing to feed on without flame. Hours passed. Silence pressing down, the stars glaring sharp and indifferent. I fought sleep, but exhaustion dragged me under. I woke to the sound of breathing. Not mine, not human. Deep, slow, resonant, like the lungs of something massive drawing in the night air. My eyes flew open. The tent walls rippled faintly as if wind pushed them, though outside was still. I held my breath, listening. The sound grew louder, closer. The nylon bulged inward as though something pressed its muzzle against the fabric. My hand found the knife, trembling. Then, silence. For a moment I thought I had imagined it. I forced myself to peel open the flap, and my stomach turned to stone. The clearing was awash in shadow, not from a single source, but from everywhere at once. The antlers rose and branched, filling the space, overlapping and twisting until the entire ground was a thicket of black forms. No moon could cast such a thing. The shapes rose higher, like trees made of darkness, yet their tines all bent toward the tent, toward me. And then they moved. Every antler bent inward at once, collapsing toward the center, converging. A single form took shape, towering, faceless, but crowned with a rack that scraped the sky. It leaned closer, closer still, until the air itself thickened, and my chest burned for lack of breath. I slammed the flap shut, threw myself backward, knife. Ray felt pitiful against what loomed outside. The tent quivered as though brushed by branches. A low vibration filled my bones, a sound too deep to hear, like the growl of the earth itself. I stayed that way until the first slice of dawn split the horizon. Light spilled across the clearing, and with it, silence. When I dared look again, the ground was empty. The shadows had retreated, leaving only grass slick with dew. But the blackened circle had grown, twice the size it had been the morning before. That was when I finally broke. I packed what I could, shoving gear into my bag with clumsy hands. The tent I left collapsed, stakes still in the dirt. I ran the trail back toward my truck, heart pounding, lungs burning. I told myself not to look back, not even once. But I did. At the edge of the trees, I turned and saw the clearing one last time. The circle of scorched earth gleamed darker than ever, stark against the pale grass. And just beyond it, stretching across the ground though no figure stood there, the shadow of antlers reached toward me. I ran harder than I ever had in my life. I did not stop running until the trees thinned, and the gravel lot came into view. My truck sitting alone under the weak dawn. I fumbled the keys twice before jamming them into the ignition. The engine roared to life, louder than I had ever welcomed it, and I peeled out down the forest road with dust streaming behind me. Relief should have come then, but it didn't. Even as the forest fell away in the rearview mirror, I couldn't shake the image of that stretching shadow. It wasn't bound to the clearing. It had followed me to the tree line, and shadows are patient. I knew deep down that distance meant nothing. By the time I reached the highway, I was shaking so hard I had to pull over. I gripped the steering wheel until the blood left my knuckles. Every car that passed in the other direction startled me, each shadow they cast across the pavement like the sweep of antlers. I told myself over and over, "You're out. It's behind you." But the more I repeated it, the hollower the words sounded. I went home. I showered, ate, tried to ground myself in routine. But the house felt strange. Walls too thin, windows too wide. At night, when the street lamp outside flickered, I caught the suggestion of branching tines crawling along my ceiling. I moved rooms, slept on the couch. Still, the shadows came. 3 nights after leaving the clearing, I woke to the sound of wood creaking in the hallway. My heart nearly stopped. I lived alone. I grabbed the baseball bat I kept by the bed, crept toward the door, and opened it an inch. The hallway was empty, but on the floor, stretched long across the carpet, lay the shape of antlers. I slammed the door shut and pressed my back against it, breath ragged. The lights were off, yet the shadow remained, darker than the absence of light itself. That was when I realized the truth I had been avoiding. The thing was not tied to the forest. It had found me. The following days blurred. I went to work, but I was useless. Survey maps swam before my eyes, every contour line bending into the curve of antlers. My coworkers asked if I was sick. I lied, said it was just lack of sleep. No one pushed. No one ever does. At home, I tried everything. Floodlights in the yard, curtains drawn, even sleeping in the basement where no windows cut the walls. Nothing helped. The shadow always found its way in, always stretching, always watching, its rack expanding until the tips seemed to scrape the edges of my vision. One night, I snapped. I drove back to the clearing. I don't know what I hoped to accomplish. Confront it, maybe, or prove to myself I wasn't losing my mind. The road felt longer this time, the trees pressing closer. When I parked, the lot was empty again. The trail was as silent as before. Not even the chirp of crickets to keep me company. When I stepped into the clearing, my breath caught. The blackened circle now spanned nearly the entire space, an unnatural scar in the earth. Nothing grew there. No grass, no moss, just dead soil. In its center stood my collapsed tent, untouched since I had fled. I walked forward, boots crunching at the edge of the circle. The silence was suffocating. The air smelled faintly metallic, like rust. I knew I should leave, but my body kept moving. I set one foot inside the circle. The world shifted. The forest darkened though the sun still hung high. Shadows leapt across the ground, converging, tangling until the antlers formed again, rising higher and higher until they blotted the sky. This time, though, they did not stay in outline. They thickened, grew substance. A rack of bone took shape, branching wider than any tree. Below it, a form coalesced, taller than a man, taller than any living thing had a right to be. Its body was void, shifting smoke and sinew, faceless except for the crown of bone rising above it. It stood inside the circle, and I stood with it. The ground vibrated beneath my feet, a low hum crawling up through my legs into my chest. I could not move. The thing leaned closer, antlers swaying. Though it had no eyes, I felt it studying me, carving through my thoughts. My knife, clutched tight in my fist, felt laughable. The silence broke. A whisper filled the air, though no mouth formed the words. It spoke in a language older than anything I knew, but somehow I understood. You saw me. You cannot unsee. The voice pressed into my skull, not through ears but directly into thought. Images flashed. Shadows bending across forests, antlered shapes rising in fields, generations of people frozen in terror. I was not the first. I would not be the last. My knees buckled. I dropped the knife. My palms pressed into the dead earth, and the soil burned cold against my skin. I begged without words, pleaded for it to let me go. The thing straightened, its crown stretching, so tall I lost sight of the tips. The shadows rippled outward, filling every inch of the clearing, every path of escape. Then, slowly, the rack tilted, as if nodding. The voice thundered once more, leave. Carry me with you. When I woke, I was back at the edge of the clearing, the sun sinking low. My tent was gone. The circle remained. My body ached as if I had been dragged there. I stumbled back to my truck and drove, tears stinging my eyes. That was months ago. Since then, life has unraveled piece by piece. People tell me I look gaunt. I eat little. I sleep less. Every night, no matter where I am, the antlered shadow finds me. In the kitchen, on the walls of the shower, across the sheets when I wake gasping at 3 in the morning. I've moved apartments twice. I've tried hotels, motels, even staying with friends. It doesn't matter. Wherever light falls, the antlers stretch. I've thought about telling someone, showing them. But how do you prove a shadow? How do you explain that the thing you fear most has no body to photograph, no substance to leave behind? People would call me broken. Maybe I am. The only thing I know with certainty is this: the shadow is patient. It waits. It grows. And it has tied itself to me. I've started noticing it in reflections now. Not just on the ground or walls, but in glass, mirrors, windows. Even the screen of my phone when it goes dark. Behind me, branching, always branching. I cover the mirrors, keep the lights low. But it doesn't help. Shadows need only the faintest glow. Last night was the worst yet. I woke to find the entire bedroom swallowed in black. The shadow had filled every corner, every surface, until the antlers bent over me like a cage. And for the first time, I heard the breathing again. Low, steady, massive. My lungs locked in rhythm with it, as though I breathed only when it allowed me to. I don't know how much longer I can endure this. Sleep has become a stranger. Food turns to ash in my mouth. I jump at every flicker of movement, every shift of light. But the part that breaks me most is this: sometimes, in the deepest dark, I feel the tines brush against my skin. Light as spider silk, but real. Too real. I tell myself I am still Jeremy Pratt, surveyor, 34 years old, a man who once trusted the forest. But in truth, I am only a vessel now, a carrier of something unseen. And when people ask me why I look so tired, why I avoid windows, why I keep my house buried in shadows, I smile and tell them it's nothing. Because what else could I say? No one would believe me if I told them the truth. That when I unzipped my tent that night, I saw a shadow with antlers stretch across the clearing, though no animal stood there. And that from that moment on, it has never left me, and it never will. My name is Hannah Ortiz, and I have always carried with me a fondness for the quiet of forests. Some people gravitate toward cities, seeking lights and noise and the constant reminder that other people exist close by. I am the opposite. I retreat into the spaces where silence is broken only by the rustle of wind through branches, where the ground is soft underfoot, and where you can almost pretend you are the only living being for miles. Perhaps that fondness is why what happened to me still unsettles me so deeply. It was supposed to be nothing more than a weekend of hiking and photography, a chance to separate myself from work, emails, and ringing phones. Instead, I found something that should have been left hidden, something I cannot explain away, no matter how many times I replay it in my mind. It began in early October, when the leaves in northern Pennsylvania had just started to turn. I had driven up alone on a Friday morning, intent on setting up camp along one of the lesser traveled trails I had discovered through an old ranger's map. I liked finding places less saturated with people, places where I could capture the real solitude of autumn woods without worrying about loud voices carrying across my lens. That day, the trail was almost deserted. The parking lot held only one other car, a dusty sedan with expired tags. And I saw no one during my first 2 hours of hiking. I felt an odd kind of peace, the kind that borders on eerie when you stop long enough to notice how absolute it is. The journal came to me by accident. I had paused beside a mound of leaves, piled unnaturally high against the base of an oak tree. At first, I thought some animal might have burrowed there. The mound was too deliberate, the way children bury each other at the beach. Only here it was fallen foliage stacked in careful layers. Curiosity tugged at me. I crouched and brushed aside the top layer with my hand. The leaves were damp, sticking to my skin. Something dark and rectangular peeked out from beneath. I pulled it free, surprised by the weight of it. It was a notebook, its cover swollen and warped from water damage, the edges of its pages mottled with brown stains. The elastic band that once held it closed had snapped long ago. I should have left it there. I know that now. But in that moment, I was compelled, as though the forest itself wanted me to look inside. I opened the journal to the middle, where the pages were least ruined, and squinted at cramped handwriting that had blotted in places, but was still legible. The entries spanned weeks, dated from late September of the previous year. They were written by someone who referred to themselves only as E. The first entries were ordinary enough. Notes about hiking routes, descriptions of the weather, sketches of trees and paw prints. But the further I read, the stranger it became. E wrote of hearing voices at night, voices that threaded through the trees though no other campers were near. They mentioned shapes moving between trunks, antlered silhouettes that never resolved into deer. I flipped to the very last page that remained intact. The words were jagged, hurried, ink pressed so hard it tore the paper in places. Leave before dark. Don't look back. Don't answer if they call your name. Beneath those words, the pen had dragged down the page in a single line, as if the writer had been pulled away mid-sentence. That was the final entry. I remember sitting back on my heels, the journal heavy in my hands, a ripple of unease running through me. The air felt colder, though the sun was still high. I stuffed the journal into my pack, telling myself I'd examine it later. Maybe even return it to the ranger station if one was nearby. At that time, I thought it was simply abandoned by some overly imaginative hiker. I didn't yet believe in warnings written on rotting paper. The day stretched on. I continued down the trail, setting my camera on a tripod to catch the amber, light filtering through the branches. Yet I found my attention drifting to the journal again and again. When the wind moved, the leaves seemed to whisper, a dry hiss that sounded almost like voices. I told myself I was primed by the words I'd read, that my brain was turning normal forest noise into something sinister. Still, each time I adjusted my lens, I felt eyes on me from somewhere beyond the tree line. By late afternoon, I reached a small clearing where I decided to set up camp. It was a perfect circle of earth, surrounded on all sides by tall oaks and maples whose leaves carpeted the ground. I pitched my tent and built a modest fire ring with stones. As I unpacked, I set the journal on a fallen log nearby. The cover glistened faintly with moisture. I considered tossing it aside, burying it back under the leaves where I had found it, but I couldn't bring myself to let go of it yet. The last entry had hooked itself into my mind like a thorn. Leave before dark. The words repeated with each glance at the sinking sun. I ate a simple dinner from a pouch, sipped water, and tried to relax. The woods were quiet. Too quiet. Normally, evenings in the forest carried the sounds of birds settling, insects rising in chorus, the occasional rustle of small creatures in the undergrowth. That evening, the silence was immense. When I stood still, it felt as if the world itself was holding its breath. I turned toward the log where the journal rested. For a brief moment, I thought the pages were shifting, fluttering though there was no breeze. I blinked, and it was still again. I told myself I was tired. That long hikes always left me a little jumpy. I crawled into my tent as the first streaks of orange bled across the sky. Inside, I laid out my sleeping bag and clicked on my lantern. The glow was small but comforting. I tried to read a paperback I had brought, but my eyes slid back to the silhouette of the journal against the fabric of the tent wall, where I had tucked it near my pack. That final warning vibrated in my head like a mantra. I thought of hiking back right then, but the trail was long and rough, and I had no desire to twist an ankle in the dark. I told myself morning would bring clarity. At some point, I must have dozed. I woke to darkness pressed against the tent, the lantern flickering low. A sound had pulled me from sleep. At first, I thought it was wind, but the air was still. Then I heard it again, a whisper, faint, like someone speaking just beyond the fabric wall. I froze, straining to hear. The voice was indistinct, too soft to make out words, but undeniably human. My heart thundered. I told myself it could be another hiker passing by, though I had seen no one all day. I held my breath. The whispering grew clearer, circling the tent. It was not one voice but several, murmuring in overlapping tones, rising and falling as though conversing with each other. I did not move. I lay rigid in my bag, clutching the flashlight at my side. Then, unmistakably, one of the voices shaped my name. Hannah. Soft, drawn out, just above a whisper. My blood ran cold. I had not told anyone where I was camping. The only record was the map in my car, miles away. Again, the voice came, closer this time, sliding like silk through the night. I thought of the journal, of the last frantic line. Don't answer if they call your name. I clamped my jaw shut, resisting the urge to cry out. The voices pressed closer, so near I swore I could feel their breath against the tent wall. I gripped the flashlight so tightly my knuckles ached. The seconds stretched, each one endless. Finally, as abruptly as they began, the whispers ceased. The silence was so complete it roared in my ears. I waited, unmoving, until exhaustion overtook fear, and I drifted back into a fitful sleep. When dawn broke, pale and uncertain, I unzipped the tent slowly, every muscle taut with dread. The clearing lay empty. The fire pit had gone cold. Yet something was different. Around the perimeter of my camp, the leaves had been disturbed, swept into a perfect circle, just like the mound I had uncovered the journal from. At the edge of that circle lay a fresh set of pages torn from the back of the journal, though I knew I had left it untouched inside my pack. The words scrawled across them were damp but legible. Not yet. Tonight. I stared at the pages, my pulse hammering in my throat. A part of me screamed to pack everything, right then, warning be damned. Yet another part held me rooted, as though the forest had already wound invisible threads around my body, tethering me to its will. I gathered the torn pages with trembling hands, slid them back into the journal, and stood in the cold light of morning, unsure if I was already too late. I spent that morning moving slowly, every action deliberate, as if speed might attract attention. I boiled water for coffee over the fire, though I had little appetite. My eyes kept drifting to the circle of disturbed leaves. It felt like a boundary drawn by unseen hands. I didn't cross it. I couldn't bring myself to. When I finally forced myself to leave the tent, I walked only to the edge and no further, scanning the trees for movement. There was nothing. No hikers, no animals, not even birds. The forest seemed emptied out, hollowed of its usual inhabitants. I thought about leaving immediately, it would have been the sane choice, the rational one. But some stubborn streak in me demanded to understand what was happening. Fear gnawed at me, yes, but curiosity worked just as hard. What kind of thing could orchestrate whispers and circles of leaves? What could write messages in a water-damaged journal and leave them for me to find? I told myself I would explore a little further down the trail, just to see if I could shake the sense of being toyed with. If the unease grew worse, I would pack up and leave before sundown. At least that was the promise I made to myself. The trail bent away from the clearing and wound uphill. As I climbed, the air grew colder, sharp against my lungs. I paused often, not because I was tired, but because I kept feeling as though someone had stepped behind me. I would turn quickly, only to see the path empty, carpeted in orange and brown. At one bend, I noticed hoofprints pressed deep into the mud, though the soil was dry in most places. They were too large to belong to deer, too irregular to belong to horses. Some of the prints showed splits in odd places, as if whatever creature had passed had more than two main toes. I crouched over them, unsettled. The journal's words returned to me, antlered silhouettes. My skin prickled. I pushed on, forcing myself higher up the ridge until the trees thinned and I could see the valley below. From there, my campsite was a faint smudge, my tent like a child's toy in the clearing. I should have found the view beautiful. Instead, it filled me with dread. I thought I saw movement among the trees around my tent, small flickers like shadows darting back and forth. I blinked, but the moment I tried to focus, the motion stopped. Only the stillness remained. By noon, I turned back. I told myself enough was enough. I had gathered what I came for. Photos of the landscape. A story to tell friends later. I didn't need to prove anything by staying another night. The trail back felt longer, though each step dogged by the growing sense that the forest itself was resisting me. The leaves shifted under my boots in odd patterns. Branches overhead creaked though no wind moved them. I began to notice something else. A faint smell of wet earth, the sour tang of rot, as though something dead was buried shallow beneath the soil. When I reached the clearing, my stomach dropped. My camp was not how I had left it. The circle of leaves was gone, replaced by dozens of smaller piles, each one carefully arranged into mounds. They dotted the ground like graves, some no larger than a fist, others as big as my pack. At the center of the clearing, resting on my folded, sleeping bag, was the journal. Its pages were open, fluttering though the air was still. I didn't want to approach, but my feet carried me closer anyway. Scrawled across the newest page, in ink so dark it glistened wet, were fresh words, "Stay until nightfall. We want to show you." I stood there, breath shallow, my heart hammering against my ribs. Someone, or something, was playing with me. If it had the power to move objects, to write in a ruined book, what else could it do? I should have packed and left right then. I should have ignored the journal and run. But once again, my stubborn curiosity held me. Part of me wanted to see. If I left, I would never know what waited after dark. The afternoon crawled by. I tried to busy myself with ordinary tasks, collecting wood, heating water, checking my camera batteries. But I couldn't focus. Each time I glanced up, I caught glimpses of movement at the edge of the clearing. Shapes flitted from tree to tree, always just far enough away to be uncertain. Once, I thought I saw antlers rise above the brush, branching unnaturally wide. When I blinked, they were gone. As the sun lowered, the silence thickened. I realized suddenly that I hadn't heard my own voice in hours. Fear had sealed my throat. Even muttering to myself felt dangerous, as though acknowledging sound might invite something closer. The mounds of leaves surrounding me looked darker, now less like piles of foliage, and more like small sentinels waiting for command. I avoided stepping too near them. The first shadow fell across the clearing when the sun dipped behind the ridge. The light drained fast, quicker than it should have. It was as though the forest was impatient, pulling the dark down like a curtain. I lit my lantern and sat on the log with the journal beside me. My hands trembled as I flipped through its ruined pages. The words seemed to shift under my gaze. Sentences I swore had not been there before arranging themselves in shaky script. Don't fight. Don't run. Listen when we come. I dropped the journal and almost fled. But then the air changed. A low hum rippled through the trees. Not a sound so much as a vibration I felt in my chest. The lantern flickered, guttered, then steadied again. The hum grew louder, separating into voices. They overlapped like before, whispering from all sides, circling. I clenched my fists. My name came again, drawn out, softer than breath. Hannah. This time it was not just one voice but many, layered together into a chorus. My scalp prickled. I squeezed my eyes shut, remembering the warning not to answer. Yet the voices pressed closer, insistent. The leaves rustled though the air was still, each mound shivering as if something inside shifted. The clearing filled with the sound of brittle laughter, faint but unmistakable. And then I saw them. Between the trees, shadows stretched, long and thin, antlered shapes taller than any deer. They did not move like animals. They glided, their limbs bending in ways joints should not bend, their heads tilting at impossible angles. Their bodies seemed half-formed, like smoke caught in the outline of creatures. Their eyes glowed faintly, pale yellow, fixing on me with collective hunger. I backed toward my tent, my legs trembling so badly I nearly fell. The shadows did not follow directly. Instead, they ringed the clearing, pacing, watching. The mounds of leaves quivered violently now, some collapsing as if something underneath was rising. I turned toward the journal, which lay open on the log. The newest line appeared even as I watched it one more night. Then you'll understand. Terror flooded me so sharp I could taste it, metallic at the back of my throat. I lunged for the tent, dragging my pack inside. My hands shook as I zipped the flap. The lantern's low painted thin walls of light, but outside, the shadows pressed close. Their whispers seeped through the fabric. My name repeated over and over, some voices harsh, others almost tender. I clamped my hands over my ears, rocking, desperate to drown them out. Hours passed, or maybe only minutes. Time felt fluid, stretched thin. The whispers never stopped. They shifted in tone, sometimes coaxing, sometimes mocking, always circling. My lantern dimmed steadily, and I knew when it died I would be left in perfect darkness with only those voices. I tried to think of escape, but every thought dissolved under the weight of dread. At last, exhaustion claimed me. My head drooped, my body slumped against the sleeping bag. The whispers seeped into my dreams, curling through my thoughts until I couldn't tell whether I was awake or not. I dreamed of leaves covering my body, of hands pressing them down, of antlered shadows standing above me. I dreamed of pages turning, ink writing itself, words sinking deep into my skin. Stay until nightfall. We want to show you. When I jerked awake, the lantern was dead. The clearing outside was utterly dark, and the voices, those endless whispers, were still there, closer than ever, as if they were already inside the tent with me. When I woke to darkness inside the tent, the voices hadn't faded. They had multiplied. Dozens of them now, each whisper threading into the next, until the air itself seemed woven with sound. Some murmured my name gently, almost lovingly. Others hissed it, sharp as teeth in the dark. The tent fabric quivered as if something pressed against it from all sides. I clutched the dead lantern in one hand like a weapon, though I knew it was useless. I tried to breathe silently, but my breaths came ragged, loud in the silence between whispers. Then came the sound of something dragging across the ground. Slow, deliberate, circling the tent. A scrape of hoof against stone, then the soft thud of heavy steps in damp leaves. My mind conjured the antlered shapes I'd glimpsed earlier, but these sounds were too close, too physical. I forced myself to act. If I stayed still, I would lose myself to panic. I unzipped the tent in one fast motion, hard in my throat. The clearing stretched out under a sky starless and blank, darker than it had any right to be. The mounds of leaves were gone, replaced by shallow pits where they had been. From each pit, a faint glow pulsed like breath rising from the earth. And around the clearing stood the shadows. Dozens of them, antlered heads swaying, eyes burning pale. They didn't move closer when I emerged. They waited, silent except for the voices still pouring into my skull. I realized with a sick jolt that the whispers weren't passing through my ears at all. They were inside my head, vibrating against bone. The journal lay open on the log again, though I hadn't touched it. Its pages turned as if guided by an unseen hand. The newest words appeared line by line, ink spreading like veins across the paper. Step outside the circle. Join us. My legs trembled. I stayed rooted to the tent flap, clutching the useless lantern, every instinct screaming not to cross into that ring of watchers. Yet the longer I stood frozen, the louder the whispers grew, their tones shifting from coaxing to angry. The ground beneath my feet vibrated. The pits of glowing light pulsed faster, brighter, until they looked like eyes opening in the soil. I snapped. My voice tore from my throat in a raw shout. "What do you want from me?" The clearing fell utterly silent. Not a single whisper. Not a single rustle. The shadows stood motionless, their antlers jagged against the void, black sky. Then, as if in answer, every pit exhaled a long, cold breath. The air reeked of rot and damp earth. The journal flipped another page by itself. New words bled through witness. Before I could move, the pits split open wider. Shapes clouded and way out. Figures of ash and soil, their bodies composed of crumbling leaves and splintered bone. Their eyes glowed like the pits they rose from. They stumbled toward me, jerking in unnatural spasms, yet their gazes never wavered. I stumbled backward into the tent, clutching the lantern like a shield, though it no longer glowed. The shadows at the tree line began to sway, antlers weaving in slow rhythm. The soil figures pressed closer, circling me. Their whispers rejoined the chorus, louder, deafening. Witness. 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 Something inside me cracked. I bolted. I shoved through the gap in their circle, legs pumping blindly toward the trail. The night swallowed me, but I didn't stop. Branches clawed my arms, roots snagged my boots, yet fear lent me strength. Behind me, the whispers roared like a storm, each voice slamming into my skull. My name followed me through the trees, echoing from every direction. I don't know how long I ran. My lungs burned, my throat raw with gasps. The trail seemed endless, stretching further with each step. Just as my legs threatened to collapse, I glimpsed faint light ahead. The reflection of my car's windshield catching moonlight. Relief surged through me. I stumbled into the parking lot, half falling against the hood of my car. But the lot wasn't empty. The dusty sand I'd noticed when I arrived still sat there. Its doors hung open, the interior gutted and mold-stained. On the driver's seat rested another journal, nearly identical to mine, its pages curled and blackened. For a terrible moment, I considered running to it, snatching it up to compare. Then a movement inside the sedan froze me. A shape slumped forward from the passenger seat. A human figure, skin leathery and gray, eyes hollowed sockets stuffed with damp leaves. Its jaw sagged open, and from its throat came a chorus of whispers. My whispers. The same voices that had haunted me all night. I screamed and bolted for my car, fumbling the keys from my pocket. I jammed them into the lock with shaking hands, threw myself inside, and slammed the door. The forest pressed close all around, but the whispers receded slightly, muffled by metal. My headlights flared to life, cutting the parking lot into sharp relief. Every tree at the edge of the lot was lined with antlered shadows. Their eyes glowed like lanterns, dozens of them staring. The soil figures clustered just beyond the reach of my beams, shifting, waiting. I gunned the engine and tore down the gravel road. Dust rose behind me, but I didn't dare look back. The forest blurred past in streaks. Still, the whispers followed. Not outside, but inside the car, slithering from the vents, coiling from the back seat. Hannah. Witness. I drove until the road widened into asphalt, until the trees gave way to scattered farmhouses. Only then did the voices fade, retreating like a tide. When I finally stopped at a gas station, my hands were so numb I could barely turn the key. The attendant gave me a wary look as I stumbled inside, filthy and shaking. I wanted to tell him everything, to pour the whole nightmare into words. But when I opened my mouth, nothing came out. My throat was raw, my voice gone. I could only stare at him until he retreated behind the counter. In the bathroom mirror, I saw dirt smeared across my face, scratches raking my arms. And clinging to the hem of my jacket was a scrap of paper. My heart sank as I peeled it away. It was a torn page from the journal, ink fresh despite the water damage. 4 words stared back at me. "We'll wait for you." I left the station in silence. I drove all the way home, every mile heavy with the sense that the forest had not let me go, that it never would. Now, weeks later, the journal still sits on my desk. I tried to throw it away, but each time I wake to find it back where it was, open to new pages I don't remember turning. The words change, too. Sometimes they are threats. Sometimes they are promises. Lately, they have only repeated the same message over and over. Witness, witness, witness. I don't know what I am supposed to witness, or what will happen if I resist. But each night, I hear the whisper again, faint but growing stronger, curling from the corners of my room. Hannah. And each morning, there are more leaves on the floor beside my bed.